112, stick with check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-point start, Vicky shots.
Office still stands for 5? No.
Ooh, that music always gets me, so does that intro. Happy Friday, everybody. Thank you for joining the show. I am still under the weather, but we're going to be doing that extended show I was telling you guys about anyway. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. And I'm going to let you guys decide about tonight, but I'll let you know a little bit later. We'll go ahead and say what's up to everybody, and then I'm going to get into a couple things like I always usually do in the beginning of every show. We'll get into a couple things. Today, got a whole list here and a whole list of other stuff. Look, this is just other stuff we're not getting to today. But today, we're going to get to the last court hearing. We got some forensic frenzy video about the IGG and the family tree. I can't wait to share that with you. We'll be going through some of the IGG expert talk. We're going to be checking out a video from Crime Time with Cringe. Shout out to you as well. Also, while Idaho slept, we might be getting into that. There's a list I'm going to read from Angel that she sent me a few days ago. Thank you, Angel, for that. And then some of the new visual displays for when the FBI went to the house a month or so ago or whatever. And then maybe some Lewis Anderson stuff. But I have a lot of stuff in the folder, too, I kind of want to share with you. So that's why it's going to be a Fresh Notes, Old Notes show as well, because we're going to be getting into some of the stuff from right now, but some of the stuff from yesteryear. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Jacqueline, thank you. Ticket number one. Thank you, Skittles. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support and love as well. Ticket number 4. What's up with my StreamYard? It's like super small or something. Ticket number 4, Kelly. Thank you. Thank you for that. Coffee. Oh, I haven't even had a drink yet, yo. Literally just woke up, got in the shower, took some medicine. I can't stand cold. Oh, I can't stand it. Kitty, ticket number 6. I need to be in like Aruba, Jamaica, somewhere over there, right? Oh, man. Oh, thank you so much, Skittles. I appreciate that. And thank you to the community. Thank you for the support. Thanks for giving the show a try. Thanks for becoming part of the family, the atmosphere, the peace, positivity, and progress. Without everybody working together, there's no way that we could do it together. So I want to say thank you. What's up, Kevin? Knowledge is power. Thank you for joining. There is no court hearing today. This was the deadline. But we're just going to have an extended show for it. And then, whatever comes out, you know what I mean? Because, hell, what a show from Truth and Transparency last night. What a live from Harsh yesterday. The community is just coming out strong, and it's beautiful. So I do apologize if I sniffle or any of that good stuff. Beautiful. Thank you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. I love that name. Knowledge is power. That's a cool name. What's up, AR? How you doing? Hope you have an amazing start to your Friday too. Lynn T, what's up? Caddy, what's going on? Party of 5. Oh, it's all good. This secondary stuff, or this oh man, the medicine. This technology is secondary, so this is just whenever you have that extra time. Oh man, what's up, Kentucky girl? Good to see you. Thank you. What's up, Jackie? Driving is always fun, and listening. Aw, you're always so positive, Caddy. I appreciate that. Commercial Zone, thank you for hopping in. How have you been? We gotta have a call again sometime. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Party of 5. Yeah. Grizmatic, Lee Clever, and the Architect. And then Grizmatically is actually, we've got a couple things that we're talking about here. Well, speaking of Police Simulator, I was going to ask you guys tonight if I'm feeling, I really have to preface it on if I'm feeling good, because man, I feel like shit today. But I really want to hang out tonight as well. So if you guys, I was gonna see if you guys wanted to do games or crime, a crime show or a game show. What's up, Nina? Yeah, we should. That's why I'm here. I'm gonna be here for probably 5 hours or so, 6 hours or so, and then be back on, take a little break, and then come back. So I was gonna leave it up to you guys. And then Sunday night, still do our game night on Sunday night. But if you guys wanted to talk true crime, oh no, StreamYard just hold on. Man, flu is real. I just helped a friend put up Christmas decorations in the freezing cold, and I was even bundled up. And then I come home, and the heat was just blaring, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm so tired. And then I fell asleep, and then I woke up, and I'm like, ugh, I don't feel so good. When the night before, I was like, I'm not getting sick. Shoot, I'm not getting sick. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm not getting sick. I'm not getting sick. Yeah. And then I'm like, today was worse than yesterday. I thought I wasn't feeling good yesterday. Today I'm like, what's up, Miss Girl? Thank you for hopping in. Yeah, we can. Hey, we can do. We're gonna do. I'm trying to get back into the rotation of having the game nights on Sunday nights, every Sunday night. So if you guys want to talk true crime tonight, we can do that too. I mean, I said I not only have this is a list that I have for today. This is just today's list. If you can see it, I don't know. That's just today's list. This list right here is just stuff that I haven't even got into yet. Oh, now I'm disappeared. Yeah, whatever. You see it. On my list. So much shit to go over. Oh, you know, it's all like right here. It's all like right there. Just all up right here in the front of the sinuses and the head and all right, so I want to get through a couple things here. First thing I want to get to is if you weren't here at the end of the show last night. I know it was a late show. If you weren't here at the end of the show, or you didn't see the highlight that I put out really late, sometimes when you put them highlights out at like midnight, it's just. I wanted to put it out anyway. And then it was kind of crazy because then I put the highlight out, and all of a sudden, like an hour later, News Nation put something out. All of a sudden, Koberger's going to be free by Christmas. I was like, damn. Now, when we're looking at the document, I want to show this first. So let me see here. Give me 1 second. I got to see. I'm just. I got to switch. Hold on. Damn, bro. All right. So, first I wanted to show this. So, when we go to these court documents. All right. So when we go to these court documents, right? I'm gonna pull this one up because we're gonna get into this. Just that couple minute highlight real quick, but I want to pull this up real quick. All right. So right here it says motion to temporarily seal stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation pending hearing. Right? So it doesn't say anything about this is a list of stuff that's going to set Brian Koberger free. It's not a list of stuff that says he's going to be found innocent. All it says is motion to temporarily seal stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation pending hearing. So that's the title of the document, right? All right. Now, I just want to clarify to this because I think it needs a little bit of clarification. Okay? Just because the highlight I'm going to show you says item number 4, disclose investigative techniques and procedures. Just because it has number 4 on there and I come up with speculation does not mean that this document automatically switches from motion to temporarily seal stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation pending hearing to this is the list that's going to set Koberger free. Nobody never said that. Nobody never said that. What I said in this highlight was number 4. Disclose investigative techniques and procedure. Holy shit, there was a case that we talked about before that talked about how when the FBI was supposed to come up with techniques and procedures, the homework, they didn't want to let anybody know of the investigative techniques and procedures in that case. And so they just went ahead and said, no, we're not going to show it. And the dude got off. Now, that's what I was talking about, see? So when I see this number 4, all of a sudden it goes, wait a minute. Man, I just remember about this. Could this? Again, not saying the document was saying this. What I'm saying, when I see this little part of this document, I'm saying, could this be the reason? So I'm sorry about the confusion out there. I'm going to play that highlight real quick. I was sick when I made it. I don't know. Maybe I didn't include some of the stuff. I was half out of it. I'm sick. I'm making a highlight. You're doing editing. I don't know. Maybe I forgot to include something. I don't know. So I'm just going to play it anyway. We're going to check it out. And then we're going to go in to the next thing. So if you'd like to check this out, here's the link to it. And we'll check it out here real quick. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Motion to temporarily seal stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic eval pending hearing. So tomorrow we will be live. So if anything does come out, whether it's Twitter, Court TV, Judges, YouTube, Twitter updates, anything, we will be having it tomorrow. I'm going to be available. What's up, Auntie D? So motion to temporarily seal. So it says, come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing the stipulation in order to transfer evidence for forensic evaluation hereon, because release or disclosure would, number 1, interfere with enforcement proceedings, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. Number 2, there's always 1 and 1 and a 2 and a 2. There's always those errors, man. What's up with that shit? And they don't even know what Johnson, Idaho, or Washington? You tell me. Constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, disclose the identity of a confidential source, and or for disclose investigative techniques and procedures. Oh shit. This one right here scares me, everybody. Disclose investigative techniques and procedures. So we discussed a court case, remember, where they let him go because they didn't want to disclose their techniques and procedures. Do you remember that? The agency let somebody go because in a court trial, they were asked to provide the techniques and procedures on how they came to the conclusion of someone's guilt, and they didn't want to reveal the technology, so they let that person go. Oh shit. So does this mean that if they don't give the IGG and it gets challenged, is this the same situation? Oh, no. So, okay. Hold on. Let me think about this here. I'm sorry for keeping you guys. We'll be done here in a minute. These documents ain't long. I got to think about this here because now remember when I said that the only reason it would make sense for them not disclose the chain of custody, that's one thing. I guess that's something completely different. This is just really the homework. This is completely different. I'm just talking chain of custody and the other. I'm leaving that separate. So that's the only reason that's the only conclusion I can come with chain of custody. It's because one of their own is on the chain of custody and they're under the Brady Giglio, and that's why they can't release that. When it comes to the investigative techniques and procedures, why would you put that in there? Oh my gosh. That's it. Because they don't want to disclose the techniques and the procedures. Again, not that the document was saying this is a list of stuff that's going to free Kohberger. What I'm saying is when you see the words disclose investigative techniques and procedures, it makes your brain go, wait a minute. We've heard that before. Not that the document is saying it's a list. The document had the words that then made that freaking Rolodex card stop up in my head and go, hold on. We just talked about this. And I'm going to show you guys the IGG stuff in a second here. Thank you all for coming in. I appreciate you. That's why Bill Thompson just said, hey, we don't know what they did. We don't have what they did. Why would they not have what they did? Because they wouldn't be privy to the techniques and procedures either, but they would be privy to the tip, right? Oh, shit. Forget, you know what? Number 1, 2, and hold on. Let me take that back. Number 1, number 2, and number 2, and then number 3. You might as well just toss this out of the paperwork because all that shit don't matter. And if this number 3 does, it's because they don't want to tell you that they put BK's dad's DNA in a fucking thing. They probably put BK's dad's DNA and signed BK's dad's name on the fucking name card.
Oh shit.
And so they don't want to disclose that either. Is Brian, I'm gonna end this document right here with this question and tell me in chat, because we already talked.
Thank you, Kib Kitty.
In the previous 2 shows about somebody getting off because they didn't want to disclose the investigative techniques and procedures. Is Brian Kohberger going to get off because they don't want to disclose investigative techniques and procedures? They didn't want to disclose it to Bill Thompson. They didn't want to disclose it to the ISP. They ain't disclosing it to the court. They ain't disclosing it to the defense.
Nope.
None of them. None of them. Kaboom!
And I took the rest of that shit out because I was like, man, that might be too much for some people after there. Social Glow. Awesome Party of 5. Look at that. Michael 007. Ooh, Anna got one. Look at that. Thank you, Kid Kitty. Baby Boop. Listen, I just wanted to clear that up. Like, I'm sorry. No, the document was not saying this is a list of stuff that's going to get BK free. It wasn't saying that. It's deeper. So next, because I was referencing the IGG stuff, all right, this is another short one real quick. I'm going to share this as well. Let me know what you think on this if you haven't already on this one. I don't know. When you all history repeats itself, everybody. Always. Stupidly repeats itself. Because if it didn't, we wouldn't be having recessions and shit. You know, you know what I'm saying? History repeats itself. So if you have a prosecution team offering you responses in court referencing other cases that talk about how they shouldn't have to provide any of the homework because other cases they didn't have to. Then we discuss a case where when it came to giving up or showing the investigative techniques and procedures, we get it. They have to have some stuff secret to protect us. Right? Totally understand. But there are cases out there where there was new DNA procedures, investigative work that they don't want out in the public. It's happened. We've already talked about it. Could this be one of those? When I see those words on item number 4, that's why I'm going, could this be one of those? Is BK going to be innocent because they, just like in another case, history repeats itself. Just like in another case. They don't want to disclose. They haven't even disclosed it to the prosecution team. What do you think when you take all of those little things and you put them together? That's when I come up with what I come up with last night. It's like, whoa. The prosecution team straight up told the judge, how can we offer something we simply don't have? Why did I say before the court hearing the last one, why did I say it's going to continue to get delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed? Because the prosecution has always said from the beginning, all we got was, I'm going to change it up for y'all. All we got was the name on a piece of paper. Is that better? All they got was the name on a piece of paper. They didn't get the homework. They didn't get the procedures. They didn't get the chain of custody. They didn't get what they should have. They didn't get the techniques. They didn't get any of that. Have they? No. They're straight up telling the judge the whole time. They're responding with other cases showing that they don't have to show it. But when you go deeper into it, well, then you figure out, hey, what's up, Audrey? Thank you so much for all the love on Twitter. I appreciate you. 49er girl, thank you for hopping in. Jameson, how are you doing? Mark and Betty. Let me get to some hellos real quick. Pandora loves cats. How are you? Brian Hoffman, they're running a lot of a vitamin A. Vitamin A. Oh, Brian, I love the code word. That is, Brian, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Brian, the code word. That was beautiful, man. Brian, that was beautiful. Vitamin F. Rock on, bro. Rock on. Rock on, Brian. I love it. Vitamin F. I love it, Brian. I love it. No, I wasn't saying that the document said that. So I wanted to show that. Now I'm going to show you guys. This is why I'm talking about the IGG docs. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. I should have muted for that too. I'm sorry. I'm still under the weather. The IGG docs, chain of custody and secrecy because of the Brady Giggo ? Now, this is something from a couple nights ago that goes before this one. So I referenced what we were talking about in this video. Now I'm going to show you this one real quick. Then I got to show you this awesome video from Forensic Frenzy that she made a couple days ago. Shout out Forensic Frenzy, plus some of your other favorite creators as well, as we get into a lot of this other old notes, fresh notes stuff too. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for coming in today. I appreciate it. Sorry I'm under the weather. I'm going to keep pushing through. It's beautiful. I love it. Appreciate you guys. I'm excited to be here and be with you. And please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. So here's this next video. This is talking about IGG, chain of custody, and the secrecy. And is it because of the Brady Giglio? $2 months, and then to show up in the last court hearing like, what's up, America? Like you'd never been asked that question. You got to reach out and let, like, what's up, Kelly? You don't think Orthram doesn't follow up what's going on with the case? You don't think the people that work at Orthram are watching what's going on with this case? Seriously? You don't think Orthram understands the time and essence? You're exactly right. The lab could have produced copies of their files in the matter of a few hours, and that's being generous. That's being generous. Business hours, maybe an hour. Locate the documents, get them in order, which they already should be if they're filed properly. If people did their work, they'd already be filed in order. You wouldn't really have to do nothing but walk a few minutes to go get the documents, honestly. Boom. So, no, it doesn't take 2 months. They know the time is of the essence. They know what's going on. I would want it all too. It should have already been. It should have, whatever had already taken place. Because listen, you got, it's in the PCA. So as of December, you had the homework for the IGG, right? So it should have been in the discovery. Now, all of this time, if you had to do more work, totally get it. You're not going to get that stuff in the initial discovery files. But as time goes on, just like the prosecution says, hey, guess what? We have to say that, there's Brady Giglio. Hey, we have to tell you. So if there's new information and the defense is requesting it, then it should be provided after the initial discovery. But when you're saying that you already had homework to get to BK in the PCA, which was used to apprehend him, then you should have already had the homework in the discovery in the first place. What's up? How you doing? Oh, thank you. Have fun. Exactly. The prosecution has had a year to get their game in order. Right. It's all been there. So why is there 10? It is, especially how you got to the profile. The most damning evidence. Okay. How in the hell did you even, like, you're going to tell me that why wouldn't it? You're going to tell me that my DNA was on something, and you're not going to tell me how you got my name when anybody could put that shit in and name it. Like, seriously, they could have put the DNA in something and put BK's damn name on it. All right, we got a match. Koberger. Like, when you can literally put DNA in the system and put Joe Dirt on the damn fucking postcard, you couldn't do that with Koberger's name and say you got a match? You could do it with Joe Dirt. How could you not do it with Koberger? I'm just thinking it's going to get delayed. It's going to continue to get delayed. Bill Thompson knows that it's just going to continue to get delayed. And they're going to get to a point, because he knows, he's known from the beginning, he can sit there and say that I can't get it. It's not up to me. I didn't do the work, so I don't have it. I can't get it from this other agency. It's not up to me. And he knows that. And he knows that he can continue to argue that as many months as it takes. And eventually the court is going to get to a point where they have to move on. He's been playing it the whole time.
Oh, thank you,
That's
49
why at this
girl.
last court hearing, I'm like, he's going to continue to play it. He was supposed to show up with the information last court hearing before it started. He's just going to keep saying he can't get it. We didn't do the work. We can't get it. We just used the tip that we got. There's not supposed to be reasonable doubt in the DNA. And unfortunately, that's the thing that has the most reasonable doubt right now, especially if you can't even provide the chain of custody. To say that the chain of custody is part of another investigation says that the chain of custody involves somebody that's in another investigation, and that means it's one of your own. It's one of your own then. Does it have to do with the Brady Giglio? Is that why it can't be released? Because is the person that has the Brady Giglio the same person that touched the sheath? What else? Thank you, Murky. What else? That's the only thing that makes, just like yesterday when it's this 8-hour delay, the only thing that makes sense to me is that the person, the reason why the IGG information can't be released is because the person that's under the Brady Giglio is the person that touched the fucking sheath. Boom, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Wouldn't that be fucking something? The person that was part of the chain of custody is part of the Brady Giglio. And that's why they can't put the information out there, because somebody's life will be in danger Why? Because the investigation is still going on. And if that information was put out there, then their name would be released. The officer. Speculation. Read the ticker below. Oh, it showed up at the perfect time too. My speculation is the officer that's on the chain of custody is under the Brady Giglio, and that person touched. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not the first name on the chain of
Wouldn't
custody.
that be something?
The state better have a chain on she. I bet you that's it. I bet you the person that has. What do you think? Do you think the person that could possibly be the first person on that chain of custody could be the person who's got that Brady Giglio? What was it for, Lynn? It was for falsifying in prior cases. Oh no. Oh no. See, now this is why we're doing, and speaking of 49er girl, thank you for becoming a member. This is why we're going to be doing a members only. Let me flip this around. This is why we're going to be doing a members only on Sunday when it comes to this OJ25 members only show. So it's when I made this video, this was a couple days ago. I made this video. I had already been sensing a lot of this Brady Giglio stuff from a long time ago, because remember, the prosecution came out a long time ago and was like, hey, guess what? Hey. What's up, Hope Floats? You know, hey, Brady Giglio. Okay. Well, ever since then, they're asking for all this shit, and they continue. It's been months, and they're saying the same thing. And like I said before, okay, maybe they sent a fucking paper with a header on it. Doesn't mean it has any substance. Before the last court hearing, and we're going to watch that one again here in a little while. Before that last court hearing, no. It's going to get delayed. I don't think they're going to be offering anything. Yeah. Okay, maybe they got some paperwork last night. Who says what the hell's on the paperwork? You know what I mean? It could be a freaking header with a signature. Oh my gosh, they got the documents. No, come on. All right, hold on 1 second. Let me see something. You guys want to see Joe Dirt? This is Joe Dirt, okay? Here's Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt. If you have not seen the movie Joe Dirt, I suggest you go see the movie Joe Dirt. Because when you see the movie Joe Dirt, when you see what I'm referencing all the time about Joe Dirt and the route in front of the house being Joe Dirt delivering a pizza and all this other stuff, well, you'll totally understand. Because then you'd be like, oh yeah, I could definitely see Joe Dirt. Delivering and doing that pull up in front of 1122. I wish we could. Let me know what platforms let me know what platforms it's on, and we'll see what we can do when it comes to that. I don't know how we would, other than Discord, but Discord's an. Ugh. You never know. I don't think so. I don't think they would. Because then he really is getting off 100%, right? So I don't think they would do that. Let me go to this one. I don't think they would do that, honestly. But you never know. I know a movie night would be cool. Did we ever think we'd be talking about Joe Dirt? No. 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 Not until the PCA came out and we saw the, you know, no exit. This person drove all over the place. Can rent on YouTube. Ooh. We might have to. It's been a while since we've been over at the lounge. We might have to. We might have to have a movie night at the lounge. That is right, Sandy. Joe Dirt is the OG when it comes to the mullet. I'm really thinking about making t-shirts because there's another t-shirt. I got about 5, 6 right now. But there's another t-shirt I thought about making. BK does not have a mullet. Getting that mullet out there. All right, so I'm going to switch. This is a great channel here. So close to 1K. Shout out Forensic Frenzy. She's been shooting up like crazy the last week or two. Shout out to her. She did a video a couple days ago when it came to this building the defendant's IGG family tree. And first ran into her on Twitter, and then she hopped over on the show and been promoting her ever since. I think she does really great work. She's got really interesting posts on Twitter. And I remember when she came out with this tweet on here, and here, in case I didn't share it, I thought I did, but here, let me. What's up, Mitch girl? Right there. Yeah, let's get FF above 1K, y'all. Come on. But yeah, ever since we ran into her a couple weeks ago, it was actually when we discussed this camera stuff because we were going into my footage. We were actually talking about the University of Idaho Phoenix deal. And that's when we kind of ran into this. And so I just want to say shout out to her. She's climbing up so quick now. You do great work. And when she came out with this tweet, she had mentioned how much hard work it did take and how she was exhausted, and she apologized if she didn't sound chipper in it. And so that's one of the reasons why I really wanted to promote this video as well, is because when we do these videos, any of this stuff, whether it's these live shows, these videos, the footage, the trips, the time, the research, all of this stuff as content creators, it really does take a lot of time and a lot of hard work. And so I just want to shout this video out like crazy. I want to say thank you to her. And I think it's going to be a perfect video to watch, and I'm very interested to watch this with you all. So if you aren't subbed already, please go sub. I'll drop it in chat again. If you're on replay, pull up the live chat and go give Forensic Frenzy a sub. Let's get her above 1K. Let's get her above 1K. She deserves it. All right, we're getting into this video. Now, this is, here's the link to her video, Building the Defendant's IGG Family Tree Paternal Side. Well, now, I want to say shout out to Truth and Transparency because I'm going to be sharing that as well. She came out with a shit ton of bombs last night. One of them included BK's grandfather isn't really his grandfather. So when it comes to one of the things that I'm going to be showing you guys is some of the 10-15 minute clips of experts talking about how far they go back and all of this stuff. And so it's going to be very interesting. Now, if anybody wants to send me an actual video that shows or is somebody explaining why they think BK is getting out by Christmas, I'd love to hear it. Because I did that video last night, and then all of a sudden News Nation's like an hour later, because I'm still doing work. I was up so late last night, probably 2:30 in the morning doing work, and then all of a sudden all these other videos are like BK's getting out by Christmas. I'm like, what the hell? What is going on here? What is going on here? So what? Well, I'll have to check out the video then. What video was it? Because I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. We gotta have a stream where it's just, we gotta have a lounge show. You know what I mean? We need to be at the lounge again. It's been a long time since we've been at the lounge. We need to kick back, have some tunes. I need to whip out the guitar some night too. I have no space. I got my flash drive thing isn't. I have no space. I got to figure that out first. Because that footage, man, woo! That footage I got from Moscow Pullman, that footage is crazy. All right, so here's a video, Forensic Frenzy, talking about the family tree.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for watching Forensic Frenzy.
Let's get her above 1K.
Again, I wanted to talk about genetic genealogy. However, this time, I've built out a family tree for Brian Koberger's paternal side of his family. So I have a family tree for the Kobergers. And to be quite honest with you, I am a little overwhelmed
Thank you, Kelly,
by how much work I put into this for it to be so underwhelming. So what you're looking at here is just going to be a quick glance of what a family tree actually looks like when it's built out. On the left, you see yourself surrounded by your child, your sibling, and your parents. For each person, they will be surrounded by their child, their siblings, their parents, in that order. Okay. So I'm looking at this family tree and I'm like super excited. And I'm thinking that I'm going to be filling out it.
You know, this is amazing work right here. Again, I'm going to share the link with you guys. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of my face and just zoom this all the way up. And do it a completely different way than I usually do when I show other people and highlight their stuff. I'm going to do this a little different here. She's done so much. I mean, I can't imagine the work that this took. And when she talks about exhaustion and in her tweet, I totally understand, because man, sometimes when you're doing these, they take hours and days and sometimes even weeks, and literally you feel like if you take a minute off, that's a minute further away from accomplishing the goal. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we work so hard, because thank you, Kelly. That's why we work so hard, because me anyway, I feel like if I take a minute off, that's a minute further away, and the more minutes I'm further, I mean, who wants to hoard minutes that are further away? Nobody wants to hoard those, and I don't. I guess that's a good way to put it. Let me get rid of my face. Let me get rid of my banner. Let me zoom in all the way on this. Let's do this a little different. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. So we'll just throw that up there. Let's get rid of the banner. There, we'll get it full screen for you guys, and I'm just going to take the banner off there too. There we go. We'll just give it the full effect. Shout out to Forensic Frenzy. Let's get her to 1K.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for watching Forensic Frenzy. So, again, I wanted to talk about genetic genealogy. However, this time, I've built out a family tree for Brian Koberger's paternal side of his family. So, I have a family tree for the Kobergers. And to be quite honest with you, I am a little overwhelmed by how much work I put into this for it to be so underwhelming. So, what you're looking at here is just going to be a quick glance of what a family tree actually looks like when it's built out. On the left, you see yourself surrounded by your child, your sibling, and your parents. For each person, they will be surrounded by their child, their siblings, their parents, in that order. Okay, so I'm looking at this family tree and I'm like super excited. And I'm thinking that I'm going to be filling out a ton, and lo and behold, I don't really find much. So I was able to build back 5 generations, and I went back into the 1800s looking for Koberger family members, any Kobergers, their spouses, their children, any siblings, stuff like that. And unfortunately, the majority of what I found is that the Kobergers are a dying breed. There are not many Kobergers left at all, from what I can find in public record on Instagram.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pause it there for you guys if you want to take a screenshot of that. Again, I feel bad for her because she feels, with all that work, just like the other, just like yesterday, I spent literally, oh my gosh, how long was it? I literally spent 3 hours, maybe 4 hours working on a recap of my episode 1 and 2 of the body cam, because I was like, yeah, I'll just cut out a whole bunch of stuff and try and cut it up, and then we can have a recap in tonight's show. And then after I got done doing the recap, then all of a sudden I'm like, holy shit, it's 3.5 hours. Well, I guess I just have to use it another time. It sucks. Sometimes you do hours and hours and hours of prep, and it either doesn't turn out, it underwhelms you, like she said. You got to save it for another time. Not that the work isn't worth it, but sometimes it's just like, you do put a lot into this, and the community knows too, because you guys do too, because you guys help out with all this too. We'll see if anybody knows. I'm going to be watching on Twitter here soon. If anybody sees anything, let me know. All right, I wanted to pause that real quick so you could take a screenshot.
Ancestry. So moving forward, anyone that you see that is listed as private is still alive and has opted to be private for privacy reasons. Okay. I was able to build back, like I said, 5 generations, finding that Charles P. Koberger and Josephine McNamara had Edward T. Koberger Sr., who also had Michael F. Koberger Sr., Michael Francis Koberger Sr.,
Wow.
who then had Michael Francis Koberger Jr., the
Look at
defendant's father,
this. Look at
who
this.
obviously had the defendant, Brian C. Koberger, with Marianne Raganese.
Wow, look at this.
I was also able to find that Michael Koberger Jr., the defendant's father, has siblings: Louis, Deborah, Ronald. And I was able to find that
Wow.
the grandfather, Michael Koberger Sr., also has siblings: Edward Koberger Jr., George Robert Koberger,
Look
Helen
at this.
Kathleen Koberger, Thomas Edward Koberger. And I found that aside from Edward Jr., all of these people have children. Okay.
She does amazing stuff. I'm so glad that we ran into her.
So
go sub to her if you're not already.
They are
please.
all deceased, but
Let's
Thomas,
get her to 1K.
Helen, George, and Michael all have surviving children. So you can see that Thomas has a wife who has survived as well, and a child. Additionally, I was able to find that Michael's
Sorry about that, everybody. Let me get.
Give me 1 second.
a child.
Apologize about that.
Additionally, I was able to find that Michael Sr. has 2 private children, so they're both alive, but only one of them is Michael Jr., the defendant's father. Therefore, the defendant's father would have a sibling, brother or sister, who is also still alive.
What's up, Aunt B? Sorry about that,
However,
everybody. StreamYard
whomever
bounced
that
me.
individual is, they do not have any known children that I could find. So just giving you a quick glance of what we found that Charles Koberger and Marianne McNamara led to Edward Koberger, who had Michael Francis Koberger Sr., who had Michael Francis Koberger Jr., who had Brian Christopher Koberger.
Thank you, Aunt
Again,
B.
Uncle Thomas has a surviving wife and child. Now here we see that the Koberger family is missing a link here. It's private. This is actually going to be Michael Koberger Jr. himself. And in the next, we see both the parents that he came from, Michael Koberger Sr. and Henrietta Vittino, as well as his partner, Marianne Raquel Reganese, and their 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, Amanda, Melissa, Brian. Okay, so once again, this is just a quick overview of that. However, again, it's obviously blocked off. You can't see it. At the top, you see private. That's actually the defendant's father. In the lower left, you see spouse and children. The top would be his wife, Marianne. The next 2 would be Melissa and Amanda, and then obviously Brian. Again, private because they are alive. So here we can see Uncle Lewis. This is going to be Michael Koberger Jr., the defendant's father. This is his brother, so this is the defendant's uncle. Lower right-hand corner of the screen, you can see he's married.
Wow, this is awesome.
Was married, sorry. And
what's up, Crime Talk?
Obviously no listed children, so none that they know of. Next, we look at Uncle Ronald, father's brother again. And here we have no spouse, and we also have no children.
No, Brian.
Again, just looking again one more time at
what's
Michael
up, Sandra?
Francis Koberger Sr., because now I see him having 2 children that are private here. And again, one of them would be the defendant's father, but we don't know who the other is. But the defendant would have an aunt or uncle who is alive. Additionally, we find that if the defendant's great uncle or Michael Koberger Sr.'s brother Thomas, his child that is still alive, that is also going to be Brian's first cousin, but once removed. So Brian would have an aunt or uncle who is alive, and then a first cousin once removed who is alive through his uncle Lewis. He also has a first cousin through his great aunt, and great uncle. Great aunt Helen also has 1 child, and great uncle George also has 3 surviving children. So I was able to find on the Koberger side of the family, going 5 generations back, that Brian Koberger has an aunt or uncle on his father's side that is actually his father's brother or sister. And furthermore, his grandfather, Michael Sr., had 3 siblings, George, Thomas, and Helen. And between the 4 of them, Brian would have 5 first cousins once removed. Those 5 people would be Michael Koberger Jr., his father's actual first cousins. So again, I went over this. I've actually been dreading this for quite a while, and only for me to find that within this one portion of his family, his father's side, literally everyone is deceased, and there are very few people who could be relied on to even supply any type of information about building out a family tree. I don't know if that would be like a part of law enforcement making sure that they built their family tree out correctly, like going back and double checking. Would with family members, because I know that
Wow.
that seems like it would be an important part. But I will say there would be very few people for them to do that with. There are
Amazing
a few close
work.
family members that they could have hunted down and done that with. On his father's side, I did also build out his mother's side, but that is for a totally different video, because it's just a lot to go over.
Wow.
But
Shout
there's
out
not,
Forensic
like, a ton
Frenzy.
there. So when it comes to
Let's
how
get her
long
to
it took law
1K.
enforcement to build the genetic genealogy, like family tree and stuff, I'll be honest with you, I started this morning. I have completely built out his family tree on both sides of the family. 5 generations.
All over.
And there are not very many people to rely on here.
Wow.
There's not many people to make mistakes either. However, there's always room for adoption. People.
What's up, everybody hopping in? Thank you.
Maybe didn't know, like males who maybe didn't know that they had gotten someone pregnant, so they didn't know about the child, and legally the child is not bound to them. So that wouldn't be in here either. And there's a few like weird situations where, maybe someone just doesn't know that they actually have a child. Sometimes people, especially back in the times when people were immigrating more so than now, they actually just up and left, and people would be pregnant, so dad might never see mom again, or mom might never see dad again. So maybe you can account for things like that, but there are just very few people in the Koberger family at all for us to actually have to build out a tree with. Once you start reaching entire families that are deceased, there's nothing else to look for there, except, exactly who their kids were, to continue building forth to Brian. But there's nothing to build back from at that point. So, if that makes sense to you. So, for example, my great-grandmother and all of the people behind her or who came before her are gone. So you wouldn't need to continue building past her. You would stop with her and build back toward me. And basically, in Brian's situation, there are very few people left alive to build out toward or back from. And it wouldn't take them very long to build this family tree out at all. I'm completely shocked. So once again, just wanted to reiterate, I was able to find a living aunt or uncle that would be the brother or sister of Michael Koberger Jr., and I was able to find surviving children of the brothers and sisters of Brian Koberger's grandfather, Michael Koberger Sr., as well. So those would be his grandfather's nieces and nephews, his father's first cousins, and his first cousins once removed. So I was able to find him either an aunt or an uncle. And up to 5 first cousins once removed. And as far as the rest of the family tree, everyone would appear to be deceased. There's no one that would appear to be younger than Brian. It doesn't look like his sisters have kids. He obviously didn't have any himself, and it seems like the Koberger family name was to decease with Brian Koberger.
This is nuts.
There's that. Let me know what you thought of the video.
Damn, this is crazy. Please. She's so close to 1K. If you're not subbed to Forensic Frenzy, please go sub. Holy shit. Wow. There's not many people to get a sample from. Then you mix that with what TNT came out with last night. And then you mix that with the whole investigative techniques and procedures. Come on. Come on. Oh, please. If you're not subbed to Forensic Frenzy, please go sub. Let's see where she's at. I'm going to be promoting her like Judge. She's at 911. She's so close. We're going to be promoting it again. Because there's another video I want to check out that she made a few days ago. 7 days later. But we'll check that out in a little bit. Damn. And we got there's a Crime Talk video I want to show you guys too. Shout out to Crime Talk with Corinne. Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your efforts on here as well. And I've been trying to get to that video the last few days. I apologize. I haven't felt great. Definitely getting to it today because this is going to be an extended show for you guys, even if I am sick as shit. But it's all right. All right, so I'm going to switch. Hold on 1 second. Hopefully StreamYard doesn't boot me again. That sucked. Let me see here. There was something. There is a Cluminati video we're going to check out as well. Where was it? Okay. This was from Harsh. Now, I know I'm not going to say it's that it's not part of it, can't be part of it, because we all know true crime, anything is a possibility. What's up, Moonvale? Thank you. What's up, Kelly J? Thank you. Yes, Miss Smith, let's get her up to 1K, and I'm going to be promoting her in a little bit. We're going to come back to her in a little while. You know what I'm saying, Zazo? You know what I'm saying. It's a quagmire. I like that. It's a quagmire of chaos. I'm starring that message. That's a good one. I like that. It's a quagmire of chaos. Caddy. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate you. All right. So, like I said, we've talked about it a lot. We did talk about it in the spring. You know what I mean? And it got to a point where I kind of separated because it was like I needed more evidence. I didn't really care to talk about it unless there was more evidence, you know? And so, come on, StreamYard. It's messing up, isn't it? Angel. Now, I'm not saying it can't be a possibility, but what I'm saying is it always needs more evidence, especially when it comes to the respect of the victims, the families, and the community, okay? So I know some of y'all are still vocal about all this being a possibility. I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm just saying you got to give me more. You got to give me more. You know what I mean? You got to give me more. Not saying it can't, because it is true crime. Harsh is going to talk about this topic, and we're going to get into this one here next. This is the Cult of Moscow. Shout out Harsh. Great live yesterday.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you are all well. It is Thursday. Is it Thursday? I don't even know. What day is it? Yeah, it's Thursday. Look, you know.
A quagmire of chaos.
Before, if you're here, just
I love
to know
that.
what date and time it is and the day, you're at the wrong place. But if you're here to be told that you look absolutely amazing, which you do, by the way, then you are at
Yes, I like it.
Look, we're going to talk about something today. Now, some of you may have seen the thumbnail of the video, and you'll know what we're going to be talking about. Some of you will have autoplay on, and you probably won't have a Scooby-Doo. But look, we're going to talk about it, and I think it's about time that we spoke about it, because we get accused of it anyway. We get accused of going down rabbit holes. We get accused of being conspiracy theorists. And what I will say before we continue is,
you do as soon as you start to make waves in the ocean of truth and justice. You know, it happens. It's part of the gig. You know what I'm saying? When you try and promote innocent until proven guilty, you know, you're on the path that not many are on, and literally you have like a whole bunch of people on this side just throwing shit at you, you know? But there's a reason, because we can take that on, because we can face the BS, we can face all of the BS, you know what I'm saying? We can handle it. There's a reason why we are here. And if no matter how much, you know, freaking McDonald's bags wrappers or 20-ounce bottles or whatever other kind of garbage that always wants to get tossed in our direction, we're still going to be strong. We're still going to promote community. We're still going to be about that peace, positivity, and progress, because, you know, it's funny because Harsh is always referencing things, and I know what he's talking about. I know evil see, yeah, because I know, man. And I'm sure he gets it 70 times worse than I do. You know what I'm saying? So Harsh is a person, in my opinion, I know some people don't like him. I love him. He's a person that you look towards. You know what I'm saying? Imagine I got 4K of bullshit. Not saying that the 4K are. I'm saying where I'm at in the algorithms. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of people see these things, and all of a sudden people come out 6 months later and says it's a boom, and it's like, no, we've been talking about this for a while. It's because I'm not in that algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure he's got 70 times worse than I do. You know what I mean? And look at him. He's still about respect. He's still about peace, positivity, and progress. In my opinion, it's someone to look up to when it comes to this YouTube gig, because that Kelly Miller, what the fuck? Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Kelly. I didn't even see that pop up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Aw, that's so sweet of you. And thank you so much for everything you do for the true crime community, Kelly Miller. You spread support and love all over the place, and everybody appreciates you. Not just me; it's everybody in this true crime community. So it's not only a thank you from me; it's a thank you from everybody on behalf of me. So thank you. Well, I mean, there are some videos out. I mean, let's be honest. There's always those attractions to the psychotic, you know, the psychotic unalives. And I don't say that because, hell, I wouldn't, if I was worrying about the toilet paper money. When it comes to the unravel stuff, you know, unalive, when it comes to unaliving, it comes to those kind of words, not unravel, but when it comes to other stuff like Harsh was talking about yesterday, I wouldn't say fuck as much as I say fuck if I was worried about the toilet paper. It's not about that. It's, I don't say certain words because I know a lot of you people in this community have experienced things yourself. And so it's never about, like Harsh is saying, it's not about monetize and all this other stuff. Yeah, you want to not say stuff because you want to be able to be on the platform still. But at the same time, it's about respect to the community. You know what I mean? There's all sorts of different shows out there. There's shows that there's like this show. I say fuck a lot, you know? There's some people that don't like the word fuck, and there's other shows that don't say fuck. You know what I'm saying? There's other shows that say a whole bunch of other words, and they enjoy those shows. There's so many different unique, but we're all here for the same purpose. And so it's not, I just want to let you guys know, I don't care about the toilet paper. I've been saying fuck for what you shouldn't say. I don't give a fuck. That's who I am. You know, that's like me asking you to change who you are. You wouldn't like it if somebody asked you to do that, right? So it's about knowing that you guys, whether you reach out and chat sometimes or whether you reach out beyond the show and tell me about the stories of things that you've been through or experiences and stuff like that. And so that's why we kind of protect those words, because we know a lot of you have been through it yourself, some things that we talk about. And the last thing we want to do is make this atmosphere an uncomfy place where you feel like you can't take a full breath, you know? And so that's what it's about. It has nothing to do with anything else. Appreciate that. Yes, Harsh every morning. Harsh is. But it's about you guys, you know. Trust me, there's certain cases I can't even cover, you know? There's certain cases that I've tried to cover that I can't even cover because it reminded me too much of some shit, you know? And it's like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand where you're come from. This show started because I wanted comfort and company and conversation because of what COVID had done with the isolation and where it put me. And this show has always been from the first day about your guys' comfort and the atmosphere. Like, if I didn't have you, who would I have? You know what I'm saying? That's why it's about community. If I didn't have you, who would I have? I would just have me.
Thursday. Is it Thursday? I don't even know.
Is it Thursday?
What day is it? Yeah, it's Thursday.
Man, he's got me all confused. Wait, no, wait. Is this yesterday's video?
You know, if you are,
okay.
And I've said this before.
Since last week when he got me confused on what day it is, now every day I'm damn confused.
Well, if
all
you're
right,
here,
it's Friday,
just
though.
to know
it's
what
Friday.
date and time it is and the day, you're at the wrong place. But if you're here to be told that you look absolutely amazing, which you do, by the way, then you are at the right place.
Right.
Look, we're going to talk about something today. Now, some of you may have seen the thumbnail of the video, and you'll know what we're going to be talking about.
Thank you
some
so
of
much,
you will
Kelly,
have
for
autoplay
everybody.
on, and you probably won't have a Scooby-Doo.
A Scooby-Doo.
Look, we're going to talk about it. And I think it's about time that we spoke about it, because we get accused of it anyway. We get accused of going down rabbit holes. We get accused of being conspiracy theorists. And what I will say before we...
You know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna. Never mind.
Continue is that there is a little bit of a trigger warning.
I just have a great idea.
And this is going to be funny.
Oh my god!
This is going to be funny. And JB Gunner, this is especially for you. And you knew this was coming.
Great idea.
You knew this was coming.
Gosh.
Because some of the words that we're going to use today, we're going to soften down somewhat. We're going to soften down. And I know some of you don't like it, but ultimately we do it because YouTube, they want us to. Because if we don't, then they will demonetize or put limited ads on the videos. And
they do.
We want to get...
Let's be honest with you. Come on, people. You already know when you come to the Evil CJ show, you're not going to see a commercial for a Disney cruise. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I've always said I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine with having ShamWow commercials. I'm totally fine with it. Because I'd rather be me. I don't care about Disney cruises commercials with the balloons and the, you know, and the funnel cakes for the commercials. It doesn't, but yes, it's true. There's a reason I only get like ShamWow and Rockstar Energy drink or something, you know, because I say fuck. It is what it is.
Get paid, because getting paid helps us do what we do, keep bringing content, sustain and maintain and upgrade the channel and improve the content. Before you cheeky fuckers say we'll start improving the content then, Harsh, because this is becoming a little bit of a lame duck, mate, a little bit stagnant. Look, I'm getting there and there'll be more coming soon. But JB Gunner did do a video and he tried to point out the fact that we were not entirely honest. We was lying. And in fact, you could say pretty much whatever you want. And he proved it by doing a video when he would say a lot of naughty words and say things. The funny thing is, that video then got demonetized or limited ads. So, there you go. So, we're going to be dumbing some of the stuff down. I don't do it for... Look, I'd happily...
Yeah, there's videos I have... where I was like, wow, we even talked about stuff where I have to request a review. I just leave it. Now, if it comes to like music or something that came from something or like News Nation always likes to do, they like to always make me remove their clips. Otherwise, they take all the monetization from the video just for using even 20 seconds. When you're trying to bring awareness to true crime cases. I never understood that. But that's the only one I really have to ever worry about is News Nation. Or some little bits of music from somebody else's video. But other than that, there's sometimes where there's like a review because of the words. Might even been spoke one time. Grizzly the other day had... Well, it's not about... If you look at it just as monetization, then it's about monetization. But if you don't look at about as monetization, then you don't look at the monetization of it. The reason that some of us don't use those words is because the community they have experiences and things that we talk about, and the last thing that we want to do is make anybody feel uncomfortable or feel like they, you know, like it's already tough enough for everybody. It's already tough enough for everybody to discuss these things, you know. You know, some people have to take breaks here and there just because it gets to be too much when it comes to just the stuff that's being talked about, you know? So the last thing that some of us want to do is just drive you even closer to that place where you do take a break, because it's about community. It's about trying to have everybody together and take full breaths and feel like they could talk about how they feel. You know what I'm saying? Not always about monetization. It's not always about that.
Talk about murders and all that sort of stuff and say it. It's not because I want to dumb it down purposefully. It's because we want to remain on the platform. And as much as I'd
That
love
too.
to do
I
this
mean-
absolutely for free,
Yeah.
that's just simply not possible.
And it's not.
But look, so we're not necessarily going down rabbit holes, but what we're going to be doing today is touching on the Idaho4 case and talking specifically about an issue that I've got in front of me here.
You really have to think about it. It isn't free. Like, our offices are literally like our businesses, It's instead of it being a apartment or a house, it could be an office desk in a studio at an office building. There is a lot of stuff that comes with that. You know what I'm saying? It's not, even though it is about monetization in a way, it's not when it comes to these words. Yes, we have to make a living to survive and have a voice and be able to speak. A lot comes with that. Just being able to have the electricity to go into this isn't free. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when it's about the words, it's not always about the monetization. It's separate. It's a separate thing.
That you can't see and I can't share.
It's your comfort.
But, well, I can share it. I will share it in a way. And we're going to be talking about Douglas Wilson. And why are we talking about Douglas Wilson? We're talking about Douglas Wilson because some of you will know who Douglas Wilson is. And as soon as I mention that name, your ears will prick up and you'll be like, here we go. But we talk about the Idaho4 case, and a lot of people will turn around and say, look, this is cartel related. We think it's a cartel. We think that they've got involved. We think this was a drug house. We think that Kaylee Gonsalves was driving around in a Range Rover Evoque, which I've fucking got rid of, by the way, because they are shite. Yeah, but people will use all these little things and say that's what they were doing. And look, it's difficult for some people to... And what I will say is there's
just as a quick pause, yeah, there's some shit going around. I was warned from a nurse that watches the show back in the summer. I was warned from one of those nurses how many positive COVIDs they got and how it's getting, it's spiking in their area. Thank you so much, Nina. I appreciate that. How it's spiking in their area. And yeah, but I don't know. A couple weeks, like a month ago, I probably did have COVID, because it certainly felt like it. But right now, I don't know. I think it was just because I was outside in the freezing cold, doing Christmas decorations, and it was just fucking cold. And I came home and then I got into the heat, and I don't know. From there, I went to sleep, and from that point on, I woke up and I haven't felt good since. So I don't know if it's the change in weather. I don't know. Who knows? But it's just like day 2. So, or day 2 in a little bit, but I got medicine. I got plenty of medicine from the last time I got sick. Shout out. Thank you. And, I'm here anyway. I'm here anyway. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be here tonight, unless I feel like completely shitty. And I'm going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be doing a show tomorrow. And we got the OJ 25 members only on Sunday. And I can't wait for that. I'm excited. I'm so excited for that OJ 25. Oh, I can't wait.
You can't be 100% sure that there is no cartel involvement. That's just not something that I support. It's not something that I see any evidence of.
Right. I need more evidence.
That Kaylee Gonsalves driving about in a old Range Rover Evoque is evidence of that, as I've shown.
Or bank accounts.
Being enough.
Or bank accounts. It doesn't, like I said, I understand, but at the same time, I need more. I know others don't, but I do. And he does too.
Narcotics dealer, and previously,
not saying
I had,
saying it's not
an epiphany. Having one myself, you
What's
can
up, Crystal?
have one and
Thank
not
you.
be connected to that nefarious world.
Thank you, Sudie.
And what you also have to understand is
On the
much of the
night shift.
atrocity, even though there are so many
Night shift.
atrocities that happen connected with the
On the
narcotics
night
world, we have learned that crimes of this nature, when there have been murders and massacres and mass killings, a lot of the time they actually come at the hands of people and their religious beliefs. And one thing that we do know that's happening around Moscow, Idaho, is there seems to be an undertone of other issues and not just narcotics. Now, some people over the last few days have sent me reports and such looking at the police reports, and they break it down into the types of crimes and how many of these crimes were involved in the narcotics or had a narcotics element to them. And it would seem that we don't have the data that would cover the time frame of
Thomas.
the Idaho4
Oh
murders.
man.
And I believe there
Oh,
was
man.
somebody who reported there being a toxicology report actually on the victims of the Idaho4 case, and there weren't actually any issues of such. That the toxicology tests were all clear. Now, I personally haven't seen that, but I have heard that. So I can't say whether that's right or wrong.
No,
And to be
you
fair, I don't even think that would clarify anything.
You're
And
a rock star,
anyway,
Caddy.
I digress. Point being, there is a religious undertone here, and this Doug Wilson and his movement seem.
Do you guys remember when I drove you by the Christ Church? Thank you so much for the gifted subs, Kib Kitty. Jay Kelly, Amanda Smith, Angel. There you go. Time for change. Come hang out Sunday. Sandra got one. Come hang out Sunday. OJ25, members only. Caddy, you're a freaking rock star. Excuse me.
To be having and has been having,
You guys are so
especially
awesome.
on Moscow, Idaho. Yeah,
It's you guys are the reason why I can feel like total shit and hang out with you guys for real. Because you guys give me an energy boost that I need. Otherwise, I'd be laying in bed with a blanket on me, probably fucking just. But when I can have this beautiful time with you all, and we can laugh and we can have fun and we can just have conversation, it just boosts your spirit and your soul, and it just feeds and gives you energy when you just can't supply it yourself. And I just want to say thank you guys, because really you guys are the reason why I even have the energy right now to keep going. So thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully you feel better too, Caddy. Hello, LR, how you doing? But they do look. If you saw the freaking Christ Church when I pulled up there in the real footage, it's like, whoa. It's like, whoa, this is a church? I had to drive down. When you put it in Google Maps, it takes you down an alley. It takes you down an alley. An alley that only has room for one freaking car. So if there's two cars going down the alley, one of them has to pull off in a parking lot off to the side. And then when you get to the parking lot of Christ Church, there's like 8 spots. So I don't know. It just don't make any sense. And when we're driving by it, it don't even look like a church. It looks like a plain office building that has not even a fucking logo. Not even a logo. It's freaking like that fake freaking plaster shit all the way down, and you see office windows and you see shades or desks. I mean, that's it. You wouldn't even know it was a church if you were walking down the street. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate that. You wouldn't even know it was a church walking down the street. So where all all this Christ Church stuff, I don't understand it because it didn't even look like it. It honestly looked. It honest to me when I'm driving by it. It honestly looked to me like it was an empty building, or that not a lot of stuff went around. Like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should go back to that footage and check it out again and show you here after a bit. Let me know if you want to see it if you want.
He's got some strange ideologies, and you wonder whether there is.
Thank you
And
so
I'm not
much for you
saying that
guys'
Doug
support.
Wilson has done it. I'm not saying that he's some sort of murderer of sorts. But what I'm saying is, could his beliefs and could the
What's
things
up,
that he
Tara?
push out into the ether go into a specific type of mind, perhaps a fragile mind of such, and make them believe that they are doing God's work? And to be fair, that would even include the likes of Brian Koberger. You know, we talk about motive, and we had been led to believe or pushed because of this law enforcement mentality. Whenever there's a crime that involves females, generally, they will start at this is some sort of sex crime of sorts. You know, there'll be some sort of lust angle where someone's fallen for a girl, and you know that's just the way it is. That's their starting point, and that's very, unless something knocks them off that course, that's what they stick with. But this other situation, this religious tone, there are things that, and we talk about Dylan Mortensen, for instance. I'll use this as a tip. I'll use words sometimes that have no relevance to the sentence. Makes it all more exciting. So Dylan Mortensen, her family come out recently and said that she was suffering from survivor's guilt. Now, she was also partying that they didn't mention, but for this, we'll ignore that and just talk about this. And that is that she was seeking help from her spiritual community. So there you have one reference to a spiritual community. And so there's a little nod to perhaps some religious element. And what I'm doing, I'm not saying that Dylan Mortensen is part of a religious cult and therefore she could have potentially been involved in the massacre. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is there has to be a motive here. To do this crime, there has to be a motive. 100%. Somebody just doesn't do it for nothing. So there has to be a reason. So who is Doug Wilson? I'll pop these on screen. So burn all the schools, hang all the teachers. Controversial self-appointed pastor in Moscow, Idaho, in his blog post, No Quarter November, October 30th, 2023. So that's who this guy is. We have spoken on this guy before, by the way. If you've been around the channel, this was from Jenny Cohn on Twitter. A nod to her. If you are a Twitter, which is now X, go over and follow. She has some interesting stuff on there. And this is one of hers. This is Doug Wilson's wife, Nancy, describing how she spanked a toddler for not being happy to see her. And there's a little interview snap of her talking about spanking a 3 to 4 year old.
What? Because she spanked a toddler for not being happy to see her. What the hell? Poison in Moscow ID? Does anybody have this clip? If you want to send it to me on Twitter. Yeah, sorry. I'm not feeling good today, Tara, so whenever I do hop off, I'm either having to, I'm indisposed or blowing my nose or something. Yeah, we'll I don't know. We might have to talk about this tonight. In the show tonight. That's interesting. And it's on Twitter, so I'll have to check that out. If you guys have it and you're on Twitter, go ahead and send it to me on Twitter, please.
child for not being excited to see her. Burn all the schools. H.L. Mencken once suggested a shrewd educational reform that has somehow not caught on. He said that there was nothing wrong with our current education establishment that could not be fixed by burning all the schools and hanging all the teachers. Now, some might want to dismiss this as an extreme measure, but visionaries are often dismissed in their own day. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. So This is Douglas Wilson sharing an opinion. Another one here, discipline must be painful. The tenderness of parents, particularly of mothers, is a common point of stumbling. This tenderness which refuses to discipline is a kindness which kills. God has required us to inflict pain on those who are dear to us. Douglas Wilson. It goes on, about Doug Wilson's influence on the town of Moscow, Idaho. If you think you're safe from the theocratic assault on America because you live in a blue city, you may want to take a look at what Doug Wilson is doing in Moscow. A Guardian investigation revealed that a controversial church whose leader has openly expressed the ambition of creating a theocracy in America has accumulated significant influence in the city of Moscow. Christchurch has a stated goal to make Moscow a Christian town, and public records, interviews, and open source materials
Wow,
on
what
its
the
leadership
hell?
has extended its power and activities in the town. And
Whoa.
they are, and I'll put this up here. I've got something else to show you in a second that will
Thank
shock
you,
the
Caddy.
shit out of you.
Thank you,
Wilson
Caddy.
told Christianity Today in 2009, you can't apply scripture woodenly. You might exile some homosexuals depending on the circumstances and the age of the victim. There are circumstances where I'd be in favor of execution for adultery, but I'm not proposing legislation.
What?
Wilson's views are pretty out there. He takes some standard right-wing fundamentalist lines, such as arguing that wives should submit to their husbands, but has in the past endorsed harsh forms of biblical law. He told Christianity Today in 2009, you can't apply scripture woodenly, you might exile, and goes on to say what we said there. But check this out. This is a shocker. The last thing I read about the controversial Reformed pastor Doug Wilson, he was making a case for why Christian women are prettier than non-believing females. Except from that. Unbelieving women either compete for the attention of men through outlandish messages. This will be the bit that we have to kind of dumb down a little bit. Of the endeavor entirely, which is how we get lumberjack dykes. The former is an avid reader of Cosmopolitan and thinks she knows 15k ways to please a man in bed. The latter is just plain surely about the fact that there are...
Whoa, this... What the... Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here reading this? What the hell? If you have the document, go ahead and send it to me. If you want to watch that part of the video, here's the link. Oh my gosh. If you didn't like him off of what was said already, wait till you read the rest of that, because I was reading it past what he was saying. Holy crap. Wow. Okay, we're going to go to the rest of this.
Sick views. And we're sitting we're pondering over the Idaho4 case. We're talking about cartels and drug cartels being involved in all this. We're trying to scrap around and struggle around and find out why certain people did this. But at the heart of it, you've got a situation where you've got someone who's got a problem with the whole college system.
Whoa.
Seems to have a massive issue with like
modern
females and who are empowering themselves and
again, why in the hell when I'm driving, I'm going to show you guys why in the hell when I'm driving by this church, it don't even look like a... What the I don't understand it.
Go out and, you know, look nice. And
What the hell?
do you know this whole crime? Even though you've got Ethan Chapin here, Ethan Chapin to me was the odd one out. He was there. He was just there because his partner was Xana, and he just happened to stay over that night, and he was the unlucky. He was the odd one out in my eyes. When you look at the bigger picture of it all, this was females. This was females who had been out that night. The 3 females who had been out and had gone back home, gone into that house, and someone went in there and butchered them. And it does make you wonder whether the real motive behind all this is someone who had an utter hatred for that type of female, that type of person. And that is a religious issue, a religious belief.
Man.
And as much as people can be religious and be amazing people, they can...
You know, I remember back in the spring when we were talking about some of that stuff. We didn't get into the Christ Church as much. I had a lot of stuff sent to me about it. But it was during a period where I was, how do I say this? I was, when I was talking about a lot of stuff back in the spring, I was politely reached out to a couple times from a legal professional over there that politely asked me to not continue to say certain names. So that's why I didn't really get into the Church of Christ stuff back then, because I was like, oh, okay, yeah. Now, some of other creators I was with didn't agree with that, but I was like, yo, I need more evidence. And I did. I needed more evidence. Right? But that's when I was like, I'm not even going to get into this Christ Church stuff. You know, I think it's that time, though. I think it's that time. We got into the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal, trying to expose the bullshit on that. And if you have any of that Christ Church stuff, go ahead and send it to me. I think we're going to discuss that tonight. I'm going to get into that. So if you have anything, let me know. I might see what I can find myself. It would take forever to go through all of my emails from back then. I don't think I'll be able to do that before tonight. So if you do have something, go ahead and send it to me on any of these links. And if not, I'm pretty sure over this weekend, I'll be sitting back and I'll be going through old prep. And I'm sure I have some stuff saved up. This shit is crazy. What is it? I thought it Christ Church, right? Yeah, when I'm talking about the university's influence, I want to see. I want to get into this some more. Into this church. I want to see. I've already seen the university's influence. I want to see the churches. I want to see that. I want to figure it out. Oh shit. That's what I'm saying, Thomas. I think, is it the Church of Christ? I thought it was Christ Church. I thought it was Christ Church. That's what I was saying already. I guess I could always go into my Google trips. What's up, Miley? I could always go into my Google trips and see what I typed in because it took me to the fucking alley. I'm like, what? I'm going to an alley? I remember even pulling in. I'm like, this is an alley? Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find that footage, though, too.
Follow God
I have it
and follow
somewhere.
everything and be truly amazing. The flip side of that coin is like everything. There are people who are poisonous to the core and turn religion and turn anything into a weapon and people into weapons through that belief construct. And I wonder whether that is what we're looking at here. We're looking at the well, let me know down below. You know what I'm getting at. This ain't cult. This is not cartel. This is cult.
Yeah.
I'll see you all in the next.
That's a good statement right there. Kelly. That's a good statement right there. It's not cartel, it's cult. That's a good statement. All right, so we're going to get into this last court hearing. I told you guys we would get into it. Now, this is the last one. We're going to kind of rewatch this again. It's only 28 minutes. And then we're going to get into some other stuff. We're going to get into a video that Crime Time with Corinne put out next. After this, then while Idaho slept, they interviewed a guest on there. And then some of the other things as well. I am also going to highlight Angel's list that she sent to me. It's like what, Angel? 150 questions? Is that what it is? So I'm going to read that to you guys as well. That's something I've wanted to get to for a couple days as well. So we're just kind of catching up today. Then I'm going to take a little break in between, and then I'm going to come back tonight. And we're going to hang out and talk some more true crime. And again, if you have anything on Christ Church, go ahead and send it to me to Discord, Twitter, or Gmail. All Evil CJ, one word, EVILLE at any of those locations. And we're going to get into this court hearing. Thank you. If there's anything that you want me to stop and talk about or something that sticks out, go ahead. I know sometimes when Logston talks, it's going to get a little boring. And then I'm going to check in the background as we're watching this. I'm going to see if there's any updates out there. And also see if I can get that video, find out what video number that is to show you when I was driving by Christ Church. And then we'll get into more of that tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's a free way, and I will also put the link to this if you want it. That was the last court hearing, and I can't wait. I can't wait for Judge's YouTube. You saw what they did in the Daybell case. That's exactly how it's going to be for this. It's exciting. I can't wait. Thank you, Judge, for allowing that in the courtroom. I think it's very important, beneficial, and it's definitely a learning moment, whether it's today or tomorrow. So thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And here is the last court hearing.
Okay, we are now on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Ryan Koberger, case number CR 292220.
Yes, please. We'll get into it tonight. Anything you have, please send it to me. We will get into it for sure. I want to see this. I want to see this.
There are people in
I want to see this influence.
But all counsel are participating on Zoom. Representing the state is Ms. Jennings, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Beatty. Representing Mr. Koberger is Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massa, and I don't see Mr. Logston. So apparently he's not here. I believe that Mr. Koberger is also on Zoom. Is that right, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, he is. We're in the same room. You can't see him, but you can hear him and he can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so you are downstairs right now.
I'm downstairs right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is a status conference following the court's order addressing IGG DNA and an order for in-camera review. And when we were talking about this at the last hearing, the state wanted to sort of find out how quickly they could get some of this IGG information back to the court so I could review it. So I'll start with you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, we met via Zoom or Teams or whatever you call it with the folks from the FBI on Monday, and we had shared with them already a copy of Your Honor's order, and we have now sent a 2E letter, which is the formal request process we have to go through. They indicated that they would try to see if it could be expedited. The 2E letter has to go all the way back to Department of Justice and route through its bureaucracy. We asked for, give us an estimation, and they said, well, it could take as long as a month. And so that's where we are right now.
So he said it could take as long as a month, and I think that's where the judge first came up with the idea of the deadline, because I think this was what, everybody? This was November 2nd, I think this court hearing was. I believe it November 2nd, November 3rd, something like that. Now, he's saying it could take up to a month or so. Now, up to could be, who knows? Now, they supposedly, I believe, submitted something last night, right? But he doesn't know. He's just telling people what he's heard. Just like when it comes to any of these other, this other stuff where investigators would know the stuff. He talks, what I've been told, what I've been told, what I've been told. What do you think the university's telling people when it comes to this deal? Oh, there's so much money to be made. It's going to be so great for the community. Why is everybody else all of a sudden backing out of the deal when it was going to be selling for $1 billion multiple times, and now all of a sudden they're getting 550 with a non-disclosure until 2 days before the deal? So nobody knows. Nobody knows.
We're already in the process of making sure we've gathered everything from the private contract.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out.
DNA company. So we'll have that ready to submit along with what we received from the FBI once we get it.
Okay, and has it been specified in terms of what kinds of information they have and may be willing to provide?
We gave them a copy of Your Honor's order and the 2E letter says, please provide all information that the court has directed in the attached order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Let me go now to Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, if I'm understanding Mr. Thompson correctly, the court should receive information from Optum Labs for the work that they did, probably ahead of the work that the FBI did. If reading between the lines, that's the private lab, and I think the state has more ready access to all of the Optum lab work and filings. So I guess where I'm at is I would still ask the court to set deadlines for each, and if they're to come in separate pairs or separate sets of information, that's okay. But I think the court could set deadlines for the Optum materials as well as the FBI materials, understanding that Mr. Thompson estimates at least 30 days. I do have some additional questions and requests for that process.
So remember when I was telling you a couple months ago, he said that he was going to reach out to the private lab and see what he could do. And that's why I brought it up in my highlight that I made that I showed at the beginning of the show. You're going to tell me it takes that long. And then when you show up at this court hearing, we're going to reach out to them and the FBI. What is so secretive?
That's when the time's right.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Yeah, I was going to go back to you, Mr. Thompson. Go ahead.
I think that it could be misleading to the court to only have partial information to work with, and be our preference that we make a complete submission all at once. Because Your Honor can't assess all of what's out there without seeing all of what's out there and seeing the interrelationship between it.
All right. Because the private lab and the FBI were sort of working together. Is that what?
No, I think as Mr. Nye described in his briefing on this, the work began with the private lab, and then there was a transfer to the private lab, from the private lab to the FBI, and there were also reports the private lab prepared preliminary reports to present to the Idaho State Police Laboratory, and they all address the same things and overlap. And so it would be, from our perspective, because we've been trying to sort through this ourselves, we're inviting confusion for the court if you don't have everything in front of you, if you're just trying to look at this piecemeal. I mean, we're happy to give it to you however Your Honor wants. It's just a heads up that your review before having everything is not going to be particularly productive.
All right. You want to respond to that, Ms. Taylor?
I do. Thank you. Your Honor, I would not expect the court to make decisions about Othram without having the full scope. It's just been a long road for us to get information. The court is aware after our third motion to compel and the state's response that we were going to get SNP profiles. And I know that the state waited until they had the FBI profiles available to get us the SNP from Othram. Your Honor, we will have further discussions later about that, but I think that there's missing information from the Othram profile that we have. I'm hoping the court gets it, and I certainly understand that the court needs to see everything to make a decision. My hope is that everything includes communication so that you can follow the path of what happened while you make your decision as well. I wouldn't expect you to release it or decide what portions would be released or what orders might apply until you see it all. I just am hoping that there will be some deadlines in place so that you can begin getting the information.
All right, thank you. My understanding is that that the private lab SNP profile was already provided to you. Is that right, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I received in discovery a SNP profile, SNP profile that I believe came from Othram and one that came from the FBI. The Othram is not the FASTQ file, which is the general format that those come out in. It's a different kind of file, and it's a smaller data file than the FBI data file. And so I think that there's some issues with what we received from Othram. We have that. We have what the FBI file is, although it's missing a good percentage of information. And we'll be talking to the state about some of that later, but they've provided some things we think insufficient.
Okay. Obviously, I'm asking to look at all this because I can't make informed decisions if I don't. Is my understanding was maybe there was one SNP profile, but now I'm hearing that maybe there are two, one from the FBI and one from the private lab.
That's correct, Your Honor. And the difference is the one from the private lab is the initial profile that the private lab analyst created from the DNA, the portion of the DNA sample.
Right.
Then what was transferred to the FBI was after that original SNP had been uploaded to a database, access to the database was transferred. And it's our understanding that once a SNP is put into one of these databases, the database adjusts the SNP to fit what their criteria are for them to do their searches. So there are differences between the two, the entirety of the two SNPs. Mr. Nye, you're very.
So, and he's saying right there, and we'll be getting into some of this after a bit. He was saying right there that it has a certain profile with, so many numbers of whatever criteria. Then the agency takes over and it develops another profile based off of the profile that they were given, but it offers them more criteria. So it becomes another profile because it's more like an advanced profile of the previous one based off of the technology that's being used. So when I talk about in the highlight, when I talk about the techniques and the procedures of the investigative part of this, when it comes to that other criteria, right? Because Orthram didn't have the name. It was the agency that had the name. So they didn't get the name until the agency took the previous profile and put it in their system with more criteria and their techniques and their procedures on how they obtained the match. And that's what has not been given. And so when I talk about, like I said in the highlight, when it comes to the investigative techniques and procedures and them possibly not wanting to release how they got the name because of the techniques and procedures that they haven't even given to the prosecution, because the prosecution has continued to claim that they've given the defense everything that they have. They've said to the courts, they've given the defense and the courts everything that they have. They can't simply supply something they don't, and they don't have the techniques and the procedures. So if you don't have the techniques and procedures when it comes to this, when you can put Joe Dirt's name on the name card of the DNA that got matched, or you can even put BK's dad, that's when you need to know, how did you get to my name when it got put into that system when Orthram couldn't and the ISP couldn't? How? And when you put the documentation of how, you are releasing the techniques and procedures of how you obtain the name. And if you don't want that out there, you're not going to put that out there. And what happens if they don't get this documentation? What happens to all of this? What happens? That's why I made the highlight, because of the key words on item number 4. Not that the document was saying it's a list of setting Koberger free. Key words stuck out to me, and I went, holy shit. What else makes sense why even the prosecution doesn't even have the homework? Because of that.
Knowledge on this, jump in if I'm not stating it clearly. And so in an exercise of caution, We wanted to make sure the defense had both, had what the original SNP that the private lab created, and also the SNP that was transferred via the transfer in the database to the FBI. We wanted to make sure that we weren't overlooking anything, and the FBI saw, or the defense saw both of them. And we are told, we understand that, like I just said, the databases adopt the SNPs to their search components, and so they're going to look slightly different.
Okay, thank you. You want to add anything to that, Mr. Nye?
No, Your Honor, I thought that was very well said.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're all learning a lot about DNA, that's for sure. So, I don't know that I have the capacity to really examine the information piecemeal. I would prefer to just look at it all at the same time because maybe there are comparatives here, obviously. So what I'm going to do, and I know that, this is complicated too, and we've heard this already, just getting complete information from FBI, but apparently it's in process. I'm going to set a deadline for all the information to be provided to the court by December 1st. That should be sufficient time. If something comes up between now and then, I'm sure I'll hear from some of you or all of you. We can have another status conference if necessary. But I would really just want to push this.
And for right now, excuse me. And for right now, we are waiting to find out when that hearing is going to be. We're just waiting to see when something drops. So I'm sure there's going to be a document that drops here soon. It probably won't be long. I'm assuming maybe Wednesday or Friday, we'll probably have a court hearing next week regarding all this information.
Out, or not out, but more quickly as possible so that we can get to a lot of the issues that we really have to address as well. So not that this isn't important. All right, so I think that's really all we need to address today, unless anybody else has some other issues. Mr. Thompson?
No, sir, and I will communicate that deadline to our contacts with the FBI today and let them know that there's going to be some delay. We need to hear about it sooner than later, and we need to have a good explanation for it.
And we need to have a good explanation. Yeah. Like you've supposedly been asking them this whole time, BT. Like you supposedly been asking them this whole time. I'm sure with that voice there, they're scared.
Our contacts with the FBI today and let them know that there's going to be some delay. We need to hear about it sooner than later.
Yeah, we need to hear about it.
A good explanation for it.
And a good explanation.
Thank you.
You ain't telling them shit, bro. They're telling you what the fuck's going on.
Anything else, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. Two things. Your Honor, I am going to request that the court make a privilege log of what the court receives in this packet of information the court's going to review. I will want that to be released to me to make sure the court has a full packet of information to review in making its decision. The other area that I want to talk about is what does in-camera mean? This is really complicated, and I would like to know how the court is going to learn about these things. If the court
What's up,
has
Trish?
with anybody, I want to make sure that there's not going to be an FBI agent in the room with the court or anything like that to try to do the in-camera review to make heads or tails of what this stuff means.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. A lot of what I'm reading and learning from is all the information that both sides have submitted to me, or telling me in the hearing. So I'm not pulling information from outside of that because that's not on the record. I suppose if I have to bring somebody in to help me understand this, you will know that. Both sides will know that. Another way to look at this is I could have another hearing and you all can help me understand this if that's necessary. I think I have a fundamental understanding about all of this, and that's I think expressed in the order. But I understand this is complicated stuff, and
Yeah, it is.
controversial. So I will do my best. That's the best.
And that's why we're doing the OJ 25 members only on Sunday, because back then it was another case where there was some new technology, DNA, a lot of questions. People needed a lot of answers explaining. I think I think the conversations that are gonna take place in that show, we're gonna have a lot of interesting conversations when it comes to the Idaho 4 and what we're going to be watching in the members only when it comes to certain parts. And thank you again, Trish. Appreciate that.
Best I can do. All right. Anything else then?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what counsel means by a privilege log. It seems to me to defeat the purpose of the in-camera review if the court tells the defense everything that it received. I mean, that seems contrary. So I don't know what's being contemplated there. We are going to give you everything we get. And if the court has questions, the court can ask those questions however it feels it needs to. If the court wants to bring in outside help to understand in the way of an expert or something, we don't have a problem with that. We want the court to be able to make an independent decision on this, taking into account and considering the concerns that we have expressed through our briefing and argument, and understanding the court's interest in ensuring the defense has access to what it legally would be entitled to, and that appropriate protections are put in place on sensitive or personal or private information as the court deems appropriate, so that third parties are not injured by what is occurring.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. I interpreted that as that the state needs to document everything that they're getting just in case, so that if there is an issue down the line, that is documented. That doesn't necessarily mean that you turn that over to the defense automatically. So I don't know if Ms. Taylor suggested that you provide all that information to Ms. Taylor before I make a decision in camera. You want to clarify that, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, what I am hoping that the court will do is just create a list or a log of what the court receives, not the detail of the content, but things like the raw data SNP profile from Othram, the communications between Othram and the FBI, not the content, just that you have those. The statistical analysis that happened within the profiles when making decisions, when the genealogists make decisions about the family tree, that you have the statistical analysis, that you have the bioinformatics for the microarray, that you have access to those things. That's it. That's what I'm thinking that the court would do, is make a list of those kinds of things received. The court should also include that the FBI complied with the requirements in my family tree. Those kinds of things, not copies of them. That's what the court's looking at in camera and making decisions for. And I certainly understand the need for information to be protected. During the course of this case, I've signed orders agreeing things are held in a protected way so they're not used without further order of the court. I certainly understand that need, and that's one of the things that I think the court may get to with this. But the privilege log isn't the content, just a list of the things that you've been able to review to make a decision about.
All right. Well, that may happen. I'm not. It's hard for me to make decisions in the abstract. So, I'm going to see what I receive, what I get, and then I'm sure that the state is going to document all of that, and then I'll make a decision about what is disclosed. I mean, that's the reason for the in-camera review, but I do think that it's appropriate for you to understand exactly what was provided, even if you might not get to see it. But I just don't know what that is. So I'm not
right.
Bind myself yet. Okay, until I see what I get.
I like him. I think he's doing a great job considering the magnitude of all this. You know what I'm saying? This has got to be a lot of pressure.
DNA scientist, then you all will get to know that. But I'm assuming that you are all very educated about this already, so maybe I don't need to do that. We'll see. All right, but if this can be provided sooner than December 1, that would be fantastic.
Yes, sir, and that would be our intention. As soon as we have everything that is out there, it's our intention to put it together and submit it to the court and have kind of a list of table of contents or index, whatever I want to call it, of everything that's being provided to the court. I will say, listening to Ms. Taylor's recitation of all sorts of specific types of stuff, that based on our understanding, there are items that she thinks ought to be there that do not exist.
Right, because they're not giving you the techniques and procedures. There's a reason they had this shit in December, almost a year ago. Almost a year ago. There's a reason. There's a reason.
In the way of documentation, form, in any fashion, we will give you everything that we are provided with, and we have asked for everything that exists, both from the private lab and from the FBI.
See what I'm saying? So when it comes to all these supplemental requests for discovery about the same thing, what we're watching and talking about right now, that's what I'm saying. You've had it since a year ago. It's been requested over and over and over, and he continues to say this same thing, references other cases where they don't have to show it because the other agency has the homework and they don't have it. If they wanted to make it available, they would have made it available before the 10th request. They would have made it available. They don't want it to be available. They don't want it. Why, Mr. Bill Thompson? Do you have to keep reaching out and pretend like you have this stiff hand against another agency you don't have any control over, but you have to show some kind of poker hand in court to make it seem like you're doing everything you can do when you know damn well if you had it or you were going to be able to have it, you would have had it already, and you're completely fine with it because you just got somebody charged. That's all, in my opinion, you care about. I don't think he even cares about getting it. Thank you for the sub, James. It's not necessarily going in circles, true crime. Bill Thompson knows what he's doing. He's continued to state the same thing from the very beginning. We've handed everything over. He's continued to state the same thing. He's come out with other responses, with other cases as a response. He's continued to say the same thing in this court hearing right here. And what I'm saying and what I've been saying is if you've had it for a year and you have not got it still, there's a reason. So when the item number 4 in the document reread last night sticks out to me and goes, oh my gosh, is this a reason why he's going to be innocent? Because they're not. Because what's been happening so long? Think about it. What has happened so long? They have not released the techniques and procedures, the homework, the stuff that the defense keeps asking for over and over and over. Why have they not? Because they don't want to. Why does the prosecution keep claiming they've handed every single thing over and they'll continue to ask over and over for any other additional information that they can provide? It's because they don't want to. So then when you think about why they don't want to and why they haven't, all of a sudden it's like, oh shit. Because they don't want them to know. They don't want them to know, which is their right because they got to keep some shit secret to protect us. But at the same time, the shit to protect us can screw us too. And we don't know what kind of strength of a tip it was from the agency. We just know that the tip was used. We don't know the strength of the tip. It could have been the tip. It could have been a tip where they said, hey, we got a few names here. We don't know, just like we don't know if DM's statement is a straight up statement that was offered without any resistance, or if it was a statement that was from a conversation of suggested questions, especially when somebody lawyers up right away and somebody doesn't contact 911 until so many hours later. Do you think they want to talk to the police? So why would they want to talk to somebody interviewing them about a suspect? That's why I continue to say I wouldn't be surprised if it was suggested questions that became the statement. Bill Thompson. Well, listen to this again. There's a reason you don't know. I don't think you care. I don't even think you want to know the techniques and procedures because I just don't think you care, BT. But I bet you would if it was your ass on the line and you had a death penalty thrown against you. I bet you would want to know exactly the techniques and procedures. I can say that with 150% guarantee.
Everything that is out there, it's our intention to put it together and submit it to the court and have kind of a list of table of contents or index, whatever you want to call it, of everything that's being provided to the court. I will say, listening to Ms. Taylor's recitation of all sorts of specific types of stuff, that based on our understanding, there are items that she thinks ought to be there that do not exist in the way of documentation form in any fashion. We will give you everything that we are provided with, and we have asked for everything that exists both from the private lab and from the FBI. And that's our intention. But I don't think that the lawyers ought to get into the guessing game of what should and shouldn't be there, particularly since it is our position defense has a fundamental misunderstanding of the difference between SNP profiles and traditional DNA comparisons and how that process works. When we start talking with statistics and those sorts of things, those don't necessarily apply in the investigative genealogy world. So I don't want there to be false expectations, and I certainly don't want the court to be misled that things of relevance exist that do not.
He wants to make sure that he lets the court know, please don't get misled because you think you need to know this when you don't. Just like when the grand jury was asking for more evidence, the real photo of the car, and you said, look, we use the PCA. All you need is the PCA to indict. So why do you need anything else beyond what we've offered? You don't need anything beyond the PCA. Massaging the evidence. That's a good way to put it, Elliot. What's up? Nothing half-assed. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Massaging the evidence. Like I said, we'll be going into it's transferred. Like you could literally, the person that committed the crime, who says BK didn't know the person? BK left his sweater on the passenger seat. The person that went to commit the crime threw the sheath over on the sweater. And next thing you know, BK's fucking touch DNA is on the button. I'll check it here in a little bit. I will be getting to a lot of that stuff tonight. I'm going to try, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. I got quite a bit other stuff still to get into. And I appreciate you. I will be checking it out in between. What's up, Medic Grant? Thank you for hopping in. Thank you, Elliot, for hopping in. James, it could be it could be a bunch of things. You could literally pick up a coffee cup, and then I grab the coffee cup, and then your DNA is on my fingers, and then my fingers touch my microphone stand, and next thing you know, your DNA is on my microphone stand. You know what I'm saying? Just because you touched a coffee cup at the store and decided that you didn't want to get it. Ain't that scary? And somebody was coming in chat the other day, and they said, man, it's changed how I shop. Damn straight, it's changed how I shop too. I don't go pick shit up unless I really consider purchasing it. When there's another case of a dude that got helped from an EMS worker, and then that EMS worker showed up at a crime scene, and all of a sudden the dude that she helped before she showed up at the crime scene, his DNA is at the crime scene. That's exactly what I'm saying. You could literally touch a damn cup and put it back on the shelf. And then somebody else comes and picks it up. And then they take it home. And all of a sudden your touch is on the steering wheel. It's on the doorknob. It's on the letter opener. It's on the telephone. You know? And then something happens to that poor lady while she walks in, and all of a sudden, your shit's on the steering wheel, on the doorknob, on the telephone. What do you think? And you don't want to know how somebody got your damn name if you didn't commit this crime? Why should you not be allowed that opportunity to be able to have that information? This is what we're talking about here, and this is what keeps being asked over and over and over and over and over and over. Why should anybody have to ask over and over and over and over for this kind of information? It's ridiculous. Put yourself in that situation and tell me you don't want to know. Forensic Frenzy, thank you so much for your hard work and your latest video. We appreciate you so much. I hope you get to 1K. Hopefully you are already. Amazing work. If you just hopped in the middle of the show, definitely go back to the beginning, towards the beginning. We highlighted one of her videos about the family tree. Amazing work. Thank you so much, Forensic Frenzy, for your hard work and your efforts for the true crime community, the victims, the families, and those communities as well. Thank you, Kelly. Please go sub. This lady deserves to hit 1K today. Today. So if you're not sub, please go sub. Amazing work. Shout out Forensic Frenzy. Thank you for your support. It definitely means a lot.
Well, I understand that issue to some degree because I've been reading your briefs back and forth. So I understand that that is a repeated kind of issue.
Yeah, it is a repeated kind of issue. That's why I'm saying Bill Thompson is going to continue to say this snippet, and you can pretty much just cut this and clip it. Because when you want to talk, hey, guess what, everybody? I got video from the court hearing today. What's the video, CJ? Oh, this was the response, everybody.
Everything that is out there, it's our intention to put it together and submit it to the court and have kind of a list of table of contents or index, whatever you want to call it, of what everything that's being provided to the court. I will say, listening to Ms. Taylor's recitation of all sorts of specific types of stuff, that based on our understanding, there are items that she thinks ought to be there that do not exist in the way of documentation, form, in any fashion. We will give you everything that we are provided with, and we have asked for everything that exists, both from the private lab and from the FBI, and that's our intention. But I don't think that the lawyers ought to get into this guessing game of what should and shouldn't be there, particularly since it is our position defense has a fundamental misunderstanding of the difference between SNP profiles and traditional DNA comparisons and how that process works. When we start talking with statistics and those sorts of things, those don't necessarily apply in the investigative genealogy world. So I don't want there to be any false expectations, and I certainly don't want the court to be misled that things of relevance exist that do not.
Well, I understand that issue to some degree because I've been reading your briefs back and forth. So I understand that that is a repeated kind of issue, and I think, excuse me if I'm wrong about this, Ms. Taylor, but they want to be able to see what has not been documented. So that's one of the issues that there's going to be a struggle about, and I understand that the process, the procedures of some of these IGG procedures are not documented. There might be some notes. I understand that the FBI has some notes. So let's start where we know we have things, and then we can go from there.
Yes, sir. And that's how we prefer to proceed. I was just reacting to the laundry list of things that Ms. Taylor was reciting that, based on what our experts have told us, don't necessarily exist in an investigative genealogy SNP analysis. That they may exist in a traditional STR DNA analysis. And those are two separate and distinct processes. They do not overlap at all. So we want to make sure that there's no confusion, because some of the things that have been submitted by the defense don't accurately talk about the distinction. And that's why Mr. Nye, in our filings, submitted the affidavit from Ms. Nowlin at the Idaho State Lab, talking about the distinction, the difference between two separate approaches to DNA. I just don't want to muddy the waters. I don't want there to be false expectations created.
I understand.
As always, everything that we get, everything that we can find, everything that's provided to us, we will provide to the court for its review.
Thank you. And I understand it. They're very different. Okay, I mean, I think that's really clear in the order addressing IgG DNA. I also understand that the state and the defense have different lists. So I will look at it and I'll muddle through it as best I can. But I do understand the difference. And the reason why IgG DNA profiles aren't the same, okay, as our more traditional DNA profiles that law enforcement use and courts have been used for years.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Sure.
Please do.
I want to respond to the accusations that we're misleading the court. And
Thank
that
you,
we're
Thomas.
trying to
Appreciate
muddy the
you all.
waters.
I didn't take it that way.
This is about the third time that these kind of pokes are happening at the defense, and we haven't responded to it. And Your Honor, I just want to respond that the information that I talked to you about, this laundry list, as Mr. Thompson says, a lot of that comes from expectations based on reading Department of Justice policy that was included for the court with our briefing before the August 18th hearing.
Right.
A lot of that information comes from the testimony of the two genetic genealogist experts that we put on and the information that they provided to the court at the hearing. These aren't made up things. We absolutely understand that the genetic genealogy investigative process is different than what the Idaho State Police Lab does with STR profiles. But there's analysis that happens along the way in building out these family trees to identify somebody. That was talked about in depth. We are not trying to mislead the court. We have been absolutely clear, and we've relied on Department of Justice policy in our expectations. So I just wanted to make a record of that.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting that they were intentionally trying to mislead the court. It's our position that they have been provided with information that's not accurate and it's creating false expectations. And I don't want the court to be misled
False
by that,
expectations.
and to have expectations that are not accurate. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't want them to know the truth.
And I really try.
False just trust us. We got the name. Thank you for becoming a new member, Thomas. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, I can't wait for the OJ25. I started some of your comments as we were watching this. Just Amber said a little bit ago, if they can't show how they got to BK, then the judge needs to deem the DNA admissible. That's why I'm saying, if they can't supply the techniques and procedures of the investigation when it comes to that part, then what does that leave for that in the part of the case? Not good. And when you look at everything else, I've been saying this for months, especially the last couple of weeks. If you're going to tell me that you can arrest this person the way that you arrested them based off of the way that you didn't bring them in, you didn't question them, you brought them in, automatic charge, don't want to release certain things, and then you throw a DP. Take this part out of it. Do you do all that? Does it seem fair? Does it seem fair that you don't get brought in and asked for a sample? You don't get brought in for questioning? They just come to your damn house, search your trash. And all of a sudden, boom, 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 you know? I was pinging on the tower. I was pinging on the tower before I even got into Moscow. Zazo, feds commonly use these techniques, but never has a PD and prosecution been so dumb to try and use it in trial. It was only ever meant to be a tip, not evidence in court. Right, because this kind it's used to exonerate, not convict. When we get into a small clip of CC Moore, she'll even say that. When we get into a small clip of Vargas, it's not used for that. Vargas even you know what happened to Vargas after she testified, and she admitted, yeah, there's back doors there's back doors. You take that, you mix it with CC Moore. They don't use this to convict, they use it to exonerate. We've talked about all these other cases here on the show, even made highlights about some of them, where we talk about how people were wrongfully convicted based off of the same DNA technology. It's very dangerous. It's not about being pro anybody, it's about being pro justice and truth. Truth and justice, however you want to say it. That's what it's about. And when we see all the shadiness, I mean, the defense, they're not getting the documents they deserve. If that was you, as in feds thought Moscow PD had more. Yeah. It went from the Oregon tip into being a bust, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. Like I've said, they don't care about a conviction. They care about charging. Because think about it. What if BK gets off? The defense or the prosecution can go, they've done it before. They go, we threw the DP at him. We showed all the evidence. I'm sorry the jury didn't see it the way that we have it. And we feel that the person that committed the crime was BK. He was the only person that committed the crime, and we're sorry the jury didn't see it the same way. Was it about a conviction before the semester started? After the crime took place? Was it about a conviction then? No, it was about charging, arresting somebody, having somebody in custody. It wasn't about a conviction. It's never been about a conviction, I don't think, because if it was about a conviction, then I think they would have a hell of a lot more to offer to the defense that the defense is asking for. And I don't think this should be taking place. Turns out everything could be that, like we just got the tip. Oh, sorry, hold on. We just got the piece of paper with the name on it. We just got the piece of paper with the name on it. And that's all we needed. If you really do look at BK's driver's license photo, and I'll pull it up, does it really look like he has bushy eyebrows? Ooh, I wanted to share this real quick too. This is from Storm OZ. Hold on. I wanted to share this real quick. This is about the and here's the link for Storm OZ over there on Twitter. I fixed it, Kelly. So shout out Storm OZ. This is another description of how it could easily take place. Transfer before the crime. That's why I reference other cases. That's why we bring up other cases. That's why we talk about how this can happen and history can repeat itself. And this is dangerous. You're talking about people's freaking lives. You're talking about people's lives. When you have the Mark Carver case where his cousin was being charged and he was under such stress from being wrongfully convicted and serving time for a crime that he didn't commit, that he had a heart attack the day before the trial. All right, it's somewhere through here. Hold on one second. Right here. And let me zoom this up as best as I can. Like, honestly, do you see, like, bushy, right? And I want to show you something else. I want to show you something else while we're showing you this, all right? Two things. Because remember when I told you that when it comes to the good vibe light sign, right? I told you guys that sign is almost like what in my opinion, was like a nightlight, right? Where it illuminated. Let me get back into focus here. Where it illuminated, right? So I've always said that the reason that somebody in DM's room saw bushy eyebrows is because, in my opinion, the whole time the good vibe light sign that was hanging on the wall was somewhat of a nightlight for that change in elevation between the different floors on the second floor, okay? So when you look at this picture, okay? When you look at this picture and you picture a black mask over it, right? So when you're looking at this picture, see the illumination, all right? And let me zoom back to that so I can zoom it up for you. See the illumination? It's barely lit, but you can still see it ever so slightly, right? That's why I'm saying, in my opinion, it was some sort of a small nightlight that slightly reflected that change in elevation, right? So as this person that committed the crime is walking and there's DM's door being cracked, walking by the good vibe light sign would have illuminated the person's eyebrows. And that's how you would have noticed. Now, back to this picture, because this is my question. You saw this, right? It's still pretty dark. So you're telling me that based off of this reflection from the good vibe light sign, which it would still be pretty dark, you're telling me these stand out as bushy? I wouldn't either, Kelly. So how, because think about it, if you're in this lighting and you're getting a reflective light, which that's how you would see it, the eyebrows have to stand out like crazy, right? So when we're looking at these eyebrows and we're comparing other eyebrows to, I don't know, eyebrows that we've seen in the body cam deep dives like the one last night, those would stand out as bushy eyebrows right here. These, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. This is the driver's license photo, and the reason that I'm bringing this up is because this is the photo that Washington State and Mr. Payne claim where they first noticed Koberger having bushy eyebrows. Huh? This is the photo. So if we're this is the photo that started the bushy eyebrow connection. Okay? And those eyebrows are going to stand out as bushy. Maybe they do. I don't know. I've never been in the situation where I've stood behind a cracked door with a good vibe light sign hanging in the corner that passes an entrance to another. So I don't know. I haven't been in that position, so I couldn't honestly tell you 100%. And I never tell you anything is 100% because that's why it says speculation at the bottom. It's called New Age journalism. I just don't see myself how these could stick out as bushy when we're looking at the body cam in the first two deep dives and it's dark as shit out there. And you can definitely tell some bushy ass fucking eyebrows. But again, I've never been in that position where I saw it from that. Shout out, attention. Oh, I'm not even following. Hold on a second. Let me share the channel with you. And shout out to them. Definitely follow me on Twitter. If you're not following me on Twitter, I do a lot of retweets of stuff to highlight other people's efforts as well. So if you're not following me on Twitter, definitely come follow me and check out the retweets. Really, I just put my shows up there, but other than that, I do a lot of retweeting just to highlight a lot of other stuff, help people's stuff get out there on rotation because it is a lot of hard work. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So this next video, this is one I've been wanting to show you guys for a few days. This is Crime Time with Kryn. You see here, second. So here is the channel. Excuse me. Now, here is the link for Crime Talk with Kryn. We're going to be checking out one of her videos now. Shout out to her. Now, this is episode 1, They Never Called. Okay. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Now, this is about a 28-minute video. I'd love to have you on sometime in the future whenever you're cool. Just let me know. And we're going to check out this video. Shout out Innocent Until. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Shout out Innocent Until. I appreciate all you guys over there on Twitter and on YouTube putting in all that work. I'm so glad that I ran into all you guys. And for real, it's a little rough. Hey, Crime Talk. Go watch my first episode talk and then tell me how rough that is. Trust me. The only thing you can do is do it, you know? And that's it. Oh, in my my descriptions and my titles. It was horrible too. You can't find shit from back then. Open topics. Open topics. It was really meant to be something else than just true crime, but you know, I don't know. I just can't. The shit just needs to be talked about. All right. Prime time with Crid. Shout out. And here's the first episode. We're going to hang back, check this out. Ooh, actually, you know what? First, I'm just going to switch to something real quick for a couple minutes. I want to show you the footage of Christ Church here. 1 second. Before we do get into that. Let me see here. What video was it? 46. And I'm only going to be showing this for just a second, and then we'll get into that video. Video 46. All right. And I think I skip ahead about 5 minutes or so. Oh man, shout out that A&W in Moscow. Oh my gosh, that was so good. Oh man. Gosh, that was so good. Oh, that was so good. All right, I think it is about 5 minutes or so. Let's see. Oh, that was so good. All right, so this is me pulling into the alley. All right, let me back this up just a skosh. All right, I'm driving around. There's Jimmy John's. I'm driving around Moscow. All right, here, let me get rid of this real quick. All right, I'm driving around Moscow. All right, and this is where I put in the GPS Christ Church. Okay, so this is me pulling on the streets. I'm just doing a bunch of driving, getting a bunch of footage of a whole bunch of different things. There's so much. There's so much. All right, so we're gonna be up here I'm gonna be turning right. So as I'm going straight, right? As I'm going straight, the GPS is telling me to turn in this. What? I'm like, this is an alley. Moscow Ale House. All right. This is an alley. Why am I coming down an alley? Okay. This is Google directions. This is Google. All right. There's some parking lot right there. That's a house. This is NSA parking, permit required, public parking in the evening and on the weekends. It's a college parking lot, okay? That's not a church. That's a house, all right? Watch. Now I'm like, shit, there's another car coming down that shit. I got to pull over. Okay, cool. They pulled into a parking lot. Look at this. It's a freaking alley, people. This is from Google. This right here is Christ Church. That's Christ Church. Ain't that nuts? This is Christ Church. Look at the parking lot to the left. Maybe 8 cars you can park there. And then you have somebody else's house. Maybe 8 cars. See what I'm saying? You see window blinds, you see windows, you see fake ass plaster, you see a bunch of doors and windows. It literally looks like an abandoned office building. This is Christ Church, people. And to the left is people's backyards. That's Christ Church. So when we're talking about Christ Church, I don't understand. Where's all this money? Where's Where's this extravagant, right? No. You have a parking lot up to the left where you can park 8 vehicles, and then it's a bunch of people's backyards on the left-hand side. And you just see a bunch of office windows. This is a church. So we're going to be going into that tonight. And if I'm not feeling too great, then it'll be the next episode. But it's super crazy to me. All right. And that's okay, crime. It's okay, crime talk. It's all good. We're gonna check it out. I've been wanting to show it. And shout out to Innocent Until as well. All right, so we're gonna switch to this video from Crime Talk with Corinne, and if I can put it up here. Here we go. And thank you all for hanging out.
Came from one of the surviving.
Whoop.
Greetings, everyone. This is Crime Talk with Corinne. This is officially episode number 1. I am super excited.
What's up, hon?
I'm not going to get into the who, what, where, when, and why right now because.
Oh, Zazo, I'm not saying it's. Trust me, if you check out some of my other shows where I've gone on location, because I've been on location at a few places. When you go to some of the first couple and you see the kind of bullshit that Google was doing to me, trust me, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but when you're inside of Moscow and it takes you down a damn alley, and I even drove around again thinking it got fucked up. No, that's because where's the parking lot? Parking lot's in the back. Because the front of it is blocked. So the parking lot's in the back, off to the left where you see the 8 cars. That's why I think Google Maps takes you in the alley, is because that's where the parking is. I don't know, Zazo. I don't know, but it's strange to me. It doesn't make no damn sense to me. Like a lot of this shit. All right, back to this episode. I can't wait. Thank you. Episode 1, They Never Called. And that's a really cool logo there. That's a cool logo.
Because I do want to keep this fairly short. I have a few notes so I don't go off on crazy tangents. Once, I get into the swing of things, you will learn that unfortunately that's a thing. Anyhow, so Innocent Until shared his platform with me about a week ago, or shared me on his platform, however you want to say it. But he shared some of my thoughts and my commentary on the surviving roommates. And I've been motivated because I think that was an amazing opportunity. That was great for him to do. I didn't ask him to do that, but he, thought that I had something notable and worth sharing, and the reception that I received was amazing. So I am grateful for the opportunity. I'm grateful for the warm reception that I received, and I figured that while I was motivated, that I would go ahead, put out something to just add a little bit of context. If you did hear my commentary, it kind of picked up in the middle of a conversation, which is fine. I just wanted to add a little bit of context to what I said. Like I said, I don't want to be too long. I just wanted to get some thoughts out there, and we can build from there. So I am looking forward to building my channel. I'm looking forward to collaborating with others, sharing thoughts, raising awareness for not just the Idaho4, but other stories, other cases, other crimes that need to be in the public eye. Like I said, I'm not going to do too much of the who, what, where, when, and why. The next time I get an opportunity, I will definitely go ahead and, share a little bit of that. But right now, I want to get into, like I said, a little
What's
bit of
up, D.
context
Smith?
regarding my commentary on the surviving roommates. And I do know that from the very beginning, this has been one of the most controversial pieces of this entire tragedy is the surviving roommates. There's a large population that feels like they're suspect. Maybe not suspects, but definitely suspect. I fit into that population. There's another population that feels like they are untouchables, and that's what we want to talk about today. So, uh, in my commentary, I mentioned the 911 call being for an unconscious person. Someone in the comments stated that one of the roommates fainted. And I heard that. I heard that numerous times. I heard that in very great detail. A lot of creators discussed it. I don't know if this is exactly what that individual was speaking about, but either way, this is what part of what I want to get into today. I haven't seen any official documentation. I haven't seen any official statements that said that this actually happens. But when I heard it, it was someone who stated that they were around and saw that this happened. And so they wanted to provide context. I personally believe that this person was attempting to clear up a few inconsistencies and tie up a few loose ends. Um, the 911 call was for an unconscious person. We know what happened to Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana. We know what happened to them. And we know without seeing that there's no way that someone could stumble upon the scene and think that they were unconscious and not murdered. And so I think that the person who came out with this story was trying to tie up that inconsistency. Um, they said that the 911 call came from one of the surviving roommates' phones, but it was not one of the surviving roommates who called. This story would also clear that up as to why it wasn't one of the surviving roommates who called. Also, we have been told that these girls, the surviving roommates, are also victims. And because they're also victims, we're not supposed to question or criticize them. And so possibly this story, we heard about the frozen shock phase. And so possibly this story was to add to that, that she was in such shock that she fainted. So, again, these are just my thoughts. I was not there. Okay. I'm not a college student. I live nowhere near Idaho. I'm on the East Coast. And for some of you who may be accent analysts, yes, I am from New Jersey. So these are just my thoughts. That is all. Excuse me. So, um, for those who believe that Dylan fainted and that we are wrong for speculating or questioning, I would just like to point out that if this story is correct, that the 911 call was for Dylan and not for the surviving roommates. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. We've been stuck on the 8 hours it was 8 hours until 911 was called. But if the 911 call was for one of the surviving roommates fainting in the lawn, that would mean that nobody called for the surviving roommates. Yes, law enforcement officials, paramedics, and so forth came out. But if we are to believe this story, they came out for an unconscious person in the front lawn, not for four murdered students in the house. So,
Or what I was saying, they came out for an unconscious person. Shout out Yoli for sending me the amnesty law that Moscow, Idaho practices, for showing us why somebody could be labeled as an unconscious person when it comes to records that get released. Okay. And so that's why I dropped those two video links right there. The first one, was it really for an unconscious person, right? Because when you look at the amnesty law, and if your mama's a lawyer, you know this, especially with this kind of stuff taking place in that area. Excuse me. If you know of the amnesty law, that protects you. That protects you. And it gets listed as a unconscious person, or also at the same time the reason for the 8-hour delay when it comes to the unconscious person is say that she didn't know, say one of the frats knew. Remember the document that I read when it came to a plan of action? Couldn't wake the Prezi up until 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then it took a little while to come up with a plan of action. All of these definitely, or even calling for a friend that was passed out on the lawn, because we heard that too. I don't think, and I've told you this, I don't think anybody was able to stay inside that house. And if you were, man, you've already fast tracked the process. I've already explained the kind of position you're in at that point when it comes to your senses. That's why I think the door was left open, because they needed to air it out. They needed to air it out just to be able to go in. And I think maybe the reason why somebody that wasn't the roommate that called, that placed it. Remember, there's a story of 3 people standing at the door and somebody's trying to push the door open. Remember? I think the dude, and you know who I'm talking about, I think the dude is probably the one that placed the call. But there's so many, just like this case, there's so many questions that come to all of this. And all of these could very well be exactly what took place. That's the thing that happens when there's so many questions that get asked because of all the weird ass shit. I'm telling you, Zaza, I know there's a lot of new people that have joined the show. My profession, I started off, I worked in auto detail for high-end clients. Ran a garage. Now, when I first started, I started off with limousines and hearses. I would be exposed to those chemicals sometimes. I would be exposed to those smells. I would have those senses activate. And I don't want to get into too graphic of a detail right now. I've done it in the past. and maybe in the future. But there ain't nobody in hell that's chilling in there. There ain't nobody that's sleeping. There ain't nobody now. Right, Kelly? Exactly. I just don't understand. Maybe that's why somebody was outside passed out. Because I'm telling you right now, it don't matter. You know, when you were a little kid and you used to plug your nose when you had to take your medicine because it tasted so gross. You know, when you're a little kid, plug your nose, honey, and tilt your head back and take your medicine, right? You won't taste it. Guess what? It don't matter if you even do that. Try and take a breath. And it doesn't matter if you got your damn nose clogged up or not. It doesn't matter. Anything can be a possibility when it comes to this call.
Like Harsh likes to say, you can't have your cake and eat it. So either it's one or the other. Either someone called for an unconscious person in the lawn, or they call for the surviving roommates. We're going to move on. So, this story, like I said, I haven't seen any official documentation to state whether this happens or not, but this story was supposedly from someone who was at the scene and saw, the roommates run from the house. But where is an official statement? Where is anything from anyone who was actually there to say what they experienced, whether they came in the house, went in the house? Where's the other college students? Where's the other people from the neighborhood? Where's the rubberneckers? Where's the nosy neighbors? Everybody says, oh, there's a gag order, but you have to remember that this crime took place on November the 13th, and Brian Koberger was not arrested until almost New Year's Eve. So we had a month and a half worth of time that there was no gag order. So where are the people who were there or around that saw or heard anything?
And they don't even know, people. They were asked multiple times from reporters how many people. We're just not sure right now. They didn't even know. They sent everybody home. Heat? Oh yeah, heat. But what I'm saying, D. Smith, yeah, definitely heat speeds it up. But this is what I'm saying. Okay. When I'm talking about the extreme of the smells, right? When I'm talking about it being at its peak, you have to think think about a water balloon and it's filled with water. And there's a whole bunch of water balloons. Different colors. It's one thing as a normal process that somebody just passes away from natural causes, okay? Because all your muscles relax, it takes time. Everything is looking for the exit with the least amount of resistance. Whatever holds. You're not only speeding up the process with heat, but with the brutality of the crime, you're speeding up the process as well, because there's a lot more that normally doesn't get exposed that does get exposed with that brutality. It's sped up like crazy. There's no way people could have been in that place. Or
We heard
slept.
a lot of rumors about phone calls going out at 8, 9, and 10 o'clock in the morning. We heard rumors about students who called out of work. They had to be at work early in the morning and they went to call out of work and their boss already knew what happened. So we heard those stories, but where's official statements from these people? Because all we have is like internet chatter. And some of it may be true and some of it isn't. But because there's no official statements, we don't know what's true and what isn't. Excuse me. So I told my mom about my feature, is what I like to call it, my feature on Innocent Until's channel the other day, and she's freaking out because she's like, this story is crazy, and so I try to provide her with context, right? And so I'm definitely not going to get into the probable cause affidavit because I know most of you have already heard it. Most of you are already familiar with it inside out and backwards. One thing about me is I'm a writer. And so part of my writing process is reading out loud, right? Because when you read something out loud, you read what is actually there and not what you know in your mind is supposed to be there. So I'm on the phone with my mother. I'm reading her the statement from the surviving roommate about what her experience was that night. As I'm reading this out loud, I realized, number one, it was the first time I had ever read the probable cause affidavit out loud. And also, as I'm reading it out loud, I'm like, wow, I didn't realize this. The probable cause affidavit says the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. One sentence after the next states DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. I'm going to repeat it one more time. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. And there's another statement. The following sentence says DM locked herself in the room after seeing the male. So, excuse me, everybody who has talked about this said that Dylan saw the intruder, Brian Koberger, presumably, and was afraid, shut the door, and, went to sleep. She was in shock for the next 8 hours. You can say that this is a stretch. You can say that it's semantics, but the probable cause affidavit verbatim says that the male walked past her as she stood in a frozen shock phase. It doesn't say he walked past her room. It doesn't say he walked past her door. It doesn't say that she was able to slip back in the room and shut the door before he could see her. Verbatim, literally, it says that the male walked past her as she was frozen in shock phase. That's what it says. And
Not
so
necessarily.
I find it very interesting that
Not necessarily. I'll share this video with you guys in chat. This is me explaining a long time ago why I feel that DM possibly didn't get seen by the person that committed the crime because of the reasons I'll explain in the video. I'll put that in chat as we continue to watch this. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you.
people act like speculation is some 4-letter word. It is wrong for us to speculate. Everyone who has said that she shut the door and went to sleep and was in shock for the next 8 hours is speculating. but it's okay for you to speculate when your speculations are favorable, when your speculations support the narrative that is being pushed out. It is okay for you to speculate then. But if my speculation is contrary or is questioning or is casting doubt on what we are being told, now I'm the bad guy. But this verbatim, this probable cause affidavit says that the male walked past her. Everybody's trying to figure out, excuse me, how the surviving roommate survived. And now I want to know even more, because this says, and we are supposed to believe that these are her words to the officer or detective. We're supposed to believe that this is what she said and this is what he wrote down. And so if you guys don't want for us to question, if we're not supposed to speculate, if we're supposed to go word for word, we have a problem. We have a problem. Moving on. Like I said, I have notes here because I want to stay on task. Moving on. The probable cause affidavit also mentions that at 4:17, you can hear the dog barking on the camera from the house next door. And this house is so many feet from Xana's window. And at 4:17, you can hear someone crying, you can hear a dog barking, and you can hear a loud thud. You can hear somebody crying or whimpering. So where was the thud in her account? Because she said that she heard someone crying and she opened the door and she saw the man walking down the hallway. So what was the thud? What was it? If we're supposed to believe that all these things line up, we're supposed to believe that she heard the crying, the camera picked up the crying. She sees someone walking down the hall at 4:17. At 4:20, you see the vehicle leaving the area at a high rate of speed. Right? So, what was the thud? I have so many issues with this statement, with her account of what happened. I have so many issues with it because you saw a man walking up the hall and you were afraid. According to you, you were afraid. What were you afraid of? Because according to you, at 4 something in the morning, you heard Kaylee say somebody's here and you opened the door. For what? To see who was there? You heard someone crying and you heard someone say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help." And then you opened the door again. For what? To see who it was who needed help or who it was that was there to help? And then the third time you open the door and you actually see someone and now you're scared. Isn't that what you've been looking for? Isn't that what you've been opening the door for? Because you didn't hear anybody getting killed or anything, right? So all you want to know is, oh, you heard Kaylee say somebody's here. Well, who's here? 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm in my bed. I hear somebody upstairs say, somebody's here. And I'm just going to go look. For what? I don't care who's there. I'm asleep. But you got up out your bed to go see who it was. If we are supposed to believe the probable cause affidavit, then we know that this whole crime happens in less than 15 minutes. So we can't say that you got up, looked outside, didn't see anything, lay back down and went to sleep. You didn't lay back down and go to sleep and wake up and get back out the bed and walk over to the door and open it 3 times in less than 15 minutes. You didn't do that. That doesn't even make sense. What were you looking for? And when you finally saw what you were looking for, why were you scared? This is what you've been looking for. You keep opening the door. Somebody's here. Don't worry, I'm here to help. If you heard somebody crying and you don't hear any violence, you don't hear any distress, you don't hear anyone, I don't know, screaming bloody murder. All you hear is someone casually, don't worry, I'm here to help. And you hear your friend crying, and you look outside, I don't see nobody. But you hear your friend crying. So why didn't you go help? You didn't hear anything that sounded like danger, right? Okay. According to her own words, her own statement, at least one person was still alive when the intruder left. Because they were crying. You said after you heard the crying, you opened the door the third time and saw somebody walking down the hall. Then somebody was crying on the video, security camera from the neighbor's house. They picked up the crying at 4:17, and somebody else's camera picked up the car at 4:20. So it is reasonable to assume that when this person left the house, that somebody was still alive, crying.
Ain't that
not
horrible?
Screaming, crying.
Ain't that horrible?
The police report stated that there were multiple people at the house when 911 was called, and multiple people spoke to the 911 dispatcher. And so the story that was put out to support this, I'm assuming, is that one of the surviving roommates was trying to get a hold of Xana, could not, tried to go to the room, couldn't get the door open, called Ethan's brother. Ethan's brother came over, couldn't get the door open. Come to find out, he couldn't get the door open because his brother was in front of the doorway. If that is true, that would mean that after the killer left the room, Ethan was trying to make it to the door. That's what that would mean. That's what that has to mean.
Or, like I said, if somebody wanted to slip out, remember, they don't know where the exit took place. I even thought that person, like I said a long ass time ago when I saw that ladder sitting next to the frickin' house, way long ago. Who's to say they didn't enter or exit through that window either? Who's to say they didn't enter through? We went over it last night in the body cam deep dive. Who's to say they didn't go onto that third floor deck, sneak into the bedroom, hide in the closet, play with the puppy? Kaylee and Madison heard the door shut. That kept the puppy in the room. That's why they heard somebody's here. The crime was committed. I'm not saying second floor was done after that. It could have been, who knows? We don't know the time. What I'm saying is who says they didn't go down to the second floor? You heard somebody crying because maybe it didn't get all the way finished before they went upstairs. Who says the person didn't leave out that window? Did they ever look at the roof? Ever. The ladder was still there 2 weeks ago when I was there. The ladder was still in the same spot. Why in the hell is the ladder even there? Why? You remove the couch, you remove the garbage, you remove everything else, but you don't remove the ladder? The ladder's never moved since the first day? We never saw you checking out the ladder. We never saw you getting on the roof. We never saw none of that. That shit we've talked about for a long ass time. Way back when the crime took place before Koberger was even arrested, it was a topic. It's not a boom. The red stuff on the roof is not a boom. It's been something that we've discussed here ever since the crime took place. And when I brought up the idea way back then in the beginning, when I was like, you know what, who's to say that this person didn't leave out the frickin' window? You know how much I got laughed at? There's so many times that people just want to talk shit or laugh or whatever, and then all of a sudden when a bigger channel comes out and says it's some crazy ass info, it's like, what the hell? Okay. Y'all laughed at me before, and then when other people come out and say the same shit like it's new, all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, that is logical. What the fuck happened to what I said back then? Who's to say they didn't leave? Maybe that's why they couldn't open the door, because they finished in that room. And there was a reason they couldn't open the door, because it finished in that room. And then they left out the window. Shout out Crime Talk with Corinne so much. Thank you. I'm going to share the link to this video again. Please go show some love on it. Go sub to her if you're not. Thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate you so much. And anytime that you're comfortable to come up and hang out some night, I would love to have you, for real.
So to wrap this all up, because I've already been long enough, the issue that I have
sure.
with the surviving roommates
Right?
is the same issue that I have with a lot of these stories that I'm hearing lately.
Up on Walenta.
Shanquilla Robinson,
We'll get back to
Kylie
that.
Robinson, Kanika Jenkins, and now Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan,
Right.
and Xana.
Right.
These kids were with their friends. These kids were with their friends when their lives were ended. And not that I expect for their friends to be heroes. But you don't say anything. You don't help. These surviving roommates were home. They were awake. They did not flee, and they did not call for help. That is a common theme in all of these stories, is that these kids were with their friends and nobody helped them. In life or in death, nobody helped them. We're on the internet doing hashtag this one, that one, and the third, and their friends can't be bothered to help them. The parents are not sitting there, and they could, for all we know, they could be sitting at the kitchen table, telling them to do the right thing. And maybe the no snitching code is way more prevalent than any advice. Where's the loyalty? Where's the compassion? Everybody says that, oh, the true crimers are only after clicks and views and they're sensationalizing tragedy. And would you rather that we said nothing?
If it was about the clicks and views, it'd be about all the fucking shit that I say I need more evidence on. That's how you know the difference, because I'm not. It's not about the. It is, but it's really not. It's about truth and justice, number one. You know what I'm saying? If the clicks and views come along with the truth and justice, so be it. Because if it was about that, we'd be talking more outlandish shit, and we don't. It's not about that. And it's sad because, like what Harsh was saying earlier, too, people want to label you as like a conspiracy. It's not about that. It's about looking at it like a juror would, and you have to look at it as the victim could be your family member, and the person that is being charged for the crime could be your family member too. And as a juror member, you have to balance those. You don't want to believe that this person committed this crime, but sometimes people do. And the right thing to do is to convict the right people for the crime. And so that's why this person has to be proven guilty over innocent, because this person over here is so precious, and so is this person over here. It's how you have to look at it.
Their friends and their loved ones. I'm not talking about the parents. Don't get me wrong. Do not misconstrue what I'm saying. But
What's
the
up?
community.
What's up, Carol?
If we want justice for these individuals, because see, the thing is, y'all can turn a blind eye. If you have loved ones, children, sisters, cousins, if you have loved ones, you don't want this to happen to your loved ones. There has to be a precedent that's set that this is not okay. And so in this day and age, this is our platform. This is how we can have our voices heard.
The new news,
that this
the
is
truth.
not going to be my little cousin. This is not going to be my little sister.
Well
this is not going
spoken.
to be my daughter, my son.
Well spoken.
People, you can feel how you want to feel about the true crime community, but staying silent in the face of injustice is crazy. So yes, I have an issue because I feel like justice in this case in particular is not just anybody going to prison. It's everybody. Everybody going to prison who has something to do with what took place on November the 13th or something to do with the cover-up that happened after November the 13th. Everybody being held accountable, not just one person going to prison. Everyone needs to be held accountable
for the justice for these victims.
Everybody.
That's what it's about. That's why they do their job.
Cases, I'm outraged.
It is. It's outraging.
What is the world coming to? What is the world coming to?
This is their job. That's what they're supposed to do.
Real friends that look out for them, that stand up for them. These girls have been protected from day one. These girls have been protected from day one.
Amnesty law?
And that's okay. That's okay because we don't want for the people on the internet to do what the people on the internet do to people, to these young ladies. We don't want that. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge one simple fact. And I made my channel because I watch video after video after video after video, and nobody says what I'm thinking. So I'm here now to say it. The true fact of the matter is that it was not 8 hours. It wasn't 8 hours before they called 911. They never called. So we're talking about 4 people that were killed, and the 2 survivors never called 911. Yes, 911 was called. It was not the surviving roommates who called 911. They never called. They called people to come to the house, but they never called. That's all I have for today. I'll be back.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I've been wanting to share that for the last couple days. And appreciate that. Episode 1. In a lot of logical thoughts. You know what I'm saying? A lot of questions that's needs to be asked, needs to be answered. And like she was saying, and like I've always been, it isn't about me. It's not about one person. It's about the community. And what if this was you? What if this was somebody you knew? What if this was somebody you loved, you worked with, you were a neighbor of? Or maybe just somebody you saw in Walmart every other Friday? It's only justice if the right people are convicted. Then it's justice. Everything else is a tragedy. Is it not a tragedy if somebody that gets convicted of a crime wrongfully and has to spend their life? Is that not? Yes, it's a tragedy. Just because they're still breathing doesn't mean that you took the life from them. Just because they're still breathing doesn't mean that you took their life. It's not cool. These aren't pro BK channels. It's not like that. It's pro justice. And that's why I say, to the people that you don't have a degree, I don't give a fuck. Because if it's me sitting in there and I know I didn't commit a crime, I don't give a fuck if somebody on YouTube doesn't have a fucking degree. If they're speaking truth and justice, where does it start with the degree? It starts right here. That's all you need. Angel, I'm going to take a break. I'm kind of not feeling good. I'm going to take a small break, get a little nap. I'm going to come back tonight, okay? I'm going to come back tonight. What I'm going to do, Angel, if you're able to, let me know. If not, I'm going to try to do it. I would like to split up those 150 questions so I can find a way that I can display them when I go through them tonight. That way everybody can take screenshots of the 150 questions. I want to read them. I'm going to read them. I apologize we didn't get to it today, or this morning, afternoon, I should say, but I am going to get into it tonight. In the beginning, I do need to, even if I just have to copy and paste it, save it as a Word document, and then share the screen, I can do that. I just want to be able to make sure that I have all the questions separated for everybody. That way, if anybody wants to take screenshots, there's a lot of great questions, 150 of them, people. 150 of them. And I think it's, and if you don't care, I'm gonna highlight it in the show, Angel. 150 questions that she has for LE. I think you're going to be very interested. I'd like to hear what your answers to these questions are as we go through them. I'm just going to figure out a better way to present them for you, so I can do that. I'll be getting into, let me see, while Idaho slept. We didn't get into that this afternoon, but I will get into that this evening. I think what we'll do tonight is we'll do like a combo. We'll do mostly true crime, and then we'll end the game or end the show with a little bit of some games, just a little bit, just to kind of give a little bit. And if you're not busy, Sunday evening, we'll be doing our game night Sunday evening, and Sunday morning to early afternoon, we'll be doing our members only OJ25 episode for that. And I'll be back tomorrow too. There's so much stuff, and it's time to get caught up on a lot of this stuff as well. So I definitely will be back tomorrow night. I might be there 2 times. I'm not sure. Just depends how I feel, but I'm definitely going to be back tomorrow evening because I love being on Saturday nights for you all too. So we'll go ahead and end the show here. I'm going to take a short nap, kind of get some rest. I'll be back around 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. And we'll be getting into those 150 questions, some more of the IGG talk, visual displays from the FBI, and we'll kind of catch up on a lot of the other stuff. And we'll see. Maybe there might be some documents or there might be some updates that came out that we can discuss as well, too. We'll see, Corey. We'll see. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you so much. It's because of your support that we're able to do what we do. And it means the world. And thank you just for being you. I'm just 1/4,000th of a part of this community, and I thank you so much. And it's an honor, and I appreciate everybody. I can't wait to see you tonight. Prayers, rest, more medicine, feel better. I'm coming back anyway, even if I feel like shit, like I did today. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you, and we will see you tonight.